Let's see. We good? We up? We good. We up. Let's go. All right, man. What the fuck is this shit? What is it? What is this crown? Community leaderboard. What the fuck is this? Okay, that's new. All right. Well, good luck. You're competing against one another. Get number one. I guess that means, I guess it rates it on interactions. Okay, that's new. I'm not gonna mess with that right now. I'm sure I could probably turn that off, but I'm not gonna fixate on that at the moment and fall behind even more this time. Oh, okay. Let's so yesterday, obviously I postponed the stream. I made the post, so I think I saw somebody like be like, "Oh, I was expected a community post by now," or something like that yesterday, and I was like, well, I mean, it quite clearly says on there when it's going to start, and it was not yesterday. But I did not, explain myself. But I did a roundtable discussion on The Last of Us with a bunch of other reactors yesterday, and then a couple other things I had to kind of get done for myself. So it was just a busy day. I decided to push it. There was no real huge explanation needed. I felt like the scheduling the date was enough, but I guess for some it was not. But hello, what's up, Jen June? How are you? Let's see what got Cole here. I don't know who else shares my hype with this November, because Stranger Things Volume 1, Edgar Wright's Running Man, Wicked, For Good, Zootopia 2 looks like we're gonna be eating good. What's up, D Cole? How are you? We got Gnome. Happy Pride Month, by the way. Yes, indeed. Or, well, correction, happy. I won't be able to make it to the live stream because we're celebrating my mom's birthday. Well, happy birthday to your mother. Just letting you know, so I'll see you next Saturday. Actually, I won't be here next Saturday. I'll be out of town next Saturday for a D&D weekend with the boys. What's up, Janie? How are you and Cat today? All of my cats are good. I haven't seen Biscuit in a little while. I've been getting a little worried. We had a storm the other day too, so I'm just like, where you at, bud? But because Floof and her kittens and even her baby daddy at this point have kind of laid claim to my back deck, it's hard to catch when or if they've even been around, because our territory's been kind of taken over for the time being. Let's see. I'm glad they did the exact scene from the comic book of the same name for Charlie and Nick at the beach. Nick fall in the shower to Charlie, and Nick say to each other, "I love." It's a good episode before the sad, hard later episode Charlie and Nick journey. You will understand in later episodes. I don't like when people describe shit like that, just because it sets up an expectation. It's not like a spoiler, but it's just like, oh, get your tissues and all blah, blah, blah. Oh, this is the one. Because then you're like, okay, well, now something clearly is coming. I accidentally clicked on the previous live and thought I had missed this week's. Scared myself. Oh, that's unfortunate. I'm glad you figured it out, though. No spoilers? No spoilers for what? What's up, JC? Happy Pride Month to everybody. Yes, indeedy duty. What's the deal with the leaderboard? New YouTube feature? Apparently, it looks like it's highlighting the top 3, giving you a little special badge, incentivizing you to compete with one another. Looks like I don't have the comments on the screen. There we go. That's fine. Fuck y'all. Let's see. What's up, Christian? How are you doing today? Got Super Brian here. Happy Pride Month to everybody. Big Chill. What's up? Happy Pride. We got Terrence. Pride Month. How's the Doctor Who headache going? After I finally finished editing, which took for fucking ever. It was a long ass episode. I've only had like 4 hours of sleep right now, so we're okay. We're just dealing with wine. That's how we're dealing right now. What's up, Dalton? How are you? Oh, hello. Happy Pride Month. What's up, John Henry McFadden? How are you? Fadden Hayden? Let's see. Just cover my ears till the next comment. I have no idea what you're talking about. What's up, Omni? Happy Pride. It's Scruffy Boy switched accounts. Okay, good. Thank you for letting me know. Let's see, we got a lot of celebrations for it because we're just kicking in. And, you know, delaying the stream brought us right into the start of the month. Let's see, no, did you explain yourself? Red Storm, what's up? What's up, Jazzy? Came here yesterday thinking it was yesterday when I saw June 1st was tomorrow. Yeah, probably confused a lot of people. Y'all good? I guess people don't read before they watch. I mean, I guess, because it does just show up on the feed. So I kind of get it. I've done that myself, especially with people that do premieres. Because I subscribe to Let's React, and they do premieres for all of their episodes. So sometimes when I see one I'm excited for, I'm like, oh, it's there. Click on it. And it's like, oh, shit, it's tomorrow. What's up, Hunter? Sorry to bring up Ruby again. Last week you mentioned Lee Ren being your favorite character at the time when you last watched. Was that because he was voiced by Monty? Honestly, I didn't know he was voiced by Monty at the time. I think it was just his design and the characterization. He just stood out the most to me. So did anyone watch the season 3 trailer of Squid Games? I did. I have a reaction for it. That is up right now. Only 26 more days left to go. Yes, indeed. Monty originally wanted to voice Professor Osborn, the headmaster. See, I don't even remember that one. But decided he couldn't act well enough for the role and gave it to Shannon McCormick, the voice of Agent Washington. Oh, cool. Wait, you watched Ruby? I watched like half of season 1 many years ago before I started this channel, but that's it. I also thought it was yesterday because I thought it was June 1st, but then I came in and saw the countdown thing. How's this XP? What does this XP thing mean? Just check out the fucking description up top. I think it's got one. I don't really know much else about it right now. If you have B-stars in your next anime Patreon poll, I'd vote in a heartbeat. I don't think I do. I do not think it's in the running for any of our slots, but I don't have an anime poll. So, yeah, I don't know. Who knows? Maybe we need one. Even though I wasn't the biggest fan of Gen V Season 1, Season 2 looks like an improvement. I loved Season 1. I liked it. Honestly, I liked it more than, honestly, most of the boys that we've been getting. But that's me. Can't wait for the animated Predator show coming out on Friday. It's not a show, as I thought it was. I thought it was an anthology show, but it's apparently an anthology film? So I guess all of it's just slapped together in one thing. So yeah, that we got that coming out. We got Sinners coming out next week as well. I want to try to squeeze both of those in. For anybody who's Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s heads, I'm 6 episodes ahead at the moment. I've recorded up to episode 10, and those will be where we're going to be releasing some of those early over on Patreon for specific tiers, which I have yet to actually figured out yet, which tiers are going to get what and how that even works, but we're finally going to be building early access for certain shows over there. So the goal is to at least have one tier where you're 4 weeks ahead. That's the goal. I'll have comments on the screen. You're the one that helped me realize this. As always, loved season 1 of Gen V. What's up, unlicensed Oki? How are you? Doing good, doing good. Yeah, I don't like leading comments either. Setting up expectations. By the way, no chat on screen. I'm the chat god. What's up? Rah! Thought Brian over here dragged him in the ear. An emoji that did not display. I see it. Had to look in the main chat. What's up, Roberto? How are you? I'm doing good. A little tired. Didn't get a lot of sleep thanks to Doctor Who, but I'm awake for the moment. I still have D&D later tonight, so I gotta stay strong. Not gonna lie, season 2's finale of The Last of Us was decent, but no infected, and I felt Ellie washing up on the island felt unnecessary, considering she escapes due to plot armor. I don't think she escaped due to plot armor, but there's also no there is zero infected. Even in the game, there's zero infected during that entire stretch, because the WLF has all of it cleared out except for that one area. So it makes sense that there's no infected. They've got all of that on lockdown infection wise. Now the Seraphites, that's a whole other question. You don't really run into a lot of infected in that region because it's mostly WLF or Seraphites. Literally, that's what happened. Let's see. What's up, Lindsay? Hope everything is well. Out of all the Tudum trailers, which one are you most excited for right now? I feel like Stranger Things Season 5 would be the obvious choice, but right now I'm the most excited for Frankenstein. Honestly, Stranger Things. Like, yeah, I know it wasn't a lot, but there's nothing on that running that I'm more excited for. The closest is One Piece. But we're not getting that until 2026, which I thought that was coming out this year. Did you get the shit cat back? What? What? Which one are you talking about? I still don't want the 4th Squid Game is supposed to be. I'm not well, the one we were teased at the end, we've now learned is a jump rope game. At least based on the new trailer. What's up, Batman? How are you? What's up, Dylan? Responded to your tweet that I'm waiting for you to explain the Doctor Who things I didn't understand. I literally skipped to the end of your reaction to see if you gave me insight. Yeah, that's a no. That just was... I'm confused by so much of what they've been saying. I did forget another possibility, though, for Susan could be the Doctor's daughter. Jenny still is, I guess, technically a candidate to become Susan. But yeah, I'm so confused about most of it. I leave school in 20 days. I'm so relieved. Maybe I'll finally be free. My British ass gonna level up to college. Hell yeah, man. I mean, you're not free. But then again, I mean, you are more free for sure, because now there's just all of the earnestness and responsibility is in your hands. And that's where I struggled once I went. June 1st, Pride. Why am I doing a Sunday stream? I already explained myself. Gen V Season 2 is going to be crazy. I know I'm going to cry. I can feel the missing presence of Andre. Same. Especially since that seems like it's going to be a driving factor and part of the plot, since his dad is going on a revenge quest, which is going to be interesting. I like that they've incorporated it into the story at least. But I'm curious how they're going to do it. What's up, Q Daddy Beastars fan? How are you? Well, I'll be streaming Deltarune Chapter 3 and 4. I don't know the next time I'm going to be able to have time to stream a game in general, but I've never played a Deltarune at all, so that's no time soon. Definitely no time soon, but I really do appreciate the super chat though. Thank you. But yeah, I don't even know what kind of game Deltarune is, to be completely honest about it. What's up, Nicole? How are you? Let's give it one of these, just to match your icon here. I've been waiting for the chat for the last 24 hours. Joking. If somebody just camped out, was just staring at the screen waiting for that long, that'd be wild. Be gay. Be gay. I don't know why that's immediately what I thought of when I saw this. It's just like, bam. Hit you with the gay beam. Came here yesterday because I heard someone say Saturday same time every week. I mean, that's the hope, is every week on Saturday, but sometimes things happen, like group chats with a bunch of reactors for a fun little thing, and it crosses into our stream time. Things happen, and sometimes it's Sunday. What was your favorite Doctor Who episode? My favorite one, I don't know. Sound like maybe the cat's got into a little bit of a fight outside the door there. I don't know. I'm not sure which my favorite one was this so far. Maybe, I don't know, man. Maybe it's tough between The Well and Lucky Day, maybe. Lux was also really good. Let's see. Why do I have a crown? Because you've been chatting too much. Or not enough, depending. Loved Ruby. Wait until all 3 parts are released for Stranger Things so I can binge it. Well, that's not happening. Not for me. I can't do that. I can't wait for the channel. That is not happening. Which sucks though, because every drop is on a holiday. So fuck you, Stranger Things, for that. It's an amazing show because you're cool. Let's see. Oh man, last episode of The Last of Us 2 was heartbreaking. My poor Jesse. He didn't deserve that. No, he didn't. It was. I was dreading that scene because I played the games before, and man, it was not any easier. I 100% agree. Agree. What's up, non-binary? How are you doing? Happy Saturday. Happy Pride. Proud to say that today I'm a high school graduate. Well, hell yeah, congratulations. You are also entering the world. Great way to start off Pride Month. Yes, indeedy doodly. Good luck. Welcome to hell. What's up, Catherine? How are you? Have you got any more thoughts on Doctor Who finale after letting the episode sink in a little bit more? I loved it. Other than the one I just said about Jenny also being a candidate for Susan, or if Susan wasn't even a biological granddaughter and his family that Tennant and David and Matt Smith have talked about in the past about having been parents is in a different light. Because he says he's been a parent before. Those words. So like, I don't know. I'm trying to wrap my head around all of that with this new information. No, I'm no longer chat god. Unfortunately, since I had my exams, the only thing I could stay up to date on was Andor, but holy that was a good show. Yes, it was, and it will be missed. Totally understand your hesitations regarding watching Ruby due to the loss of Monty and his amazing choreography, but I think you'll fall in love with the characters and the world and be able to overlook some of the future combat shortcomings. I like, at least thought we could acknowledge that there are some. Not that I knew that, but I expected it because his choreo was fantastic. Although some of the later fights are great, even some of the favorites purely due to the emotional attachment. There's one small but epic fight moment that does feel very Monty. Obviously spoilers, so I can't say what it is, but I think you'll know when you see it. Made me cry. Damn. Maybe one of these days I'll get around to checking it out. We'll see. Did you know what Billie Piper might be in Wednesday? I don't know. Might she be Mike? I didn't know she's going to be in Wednesday, so I don't know. I didn't know she was cast for Wednesday. I didn't like the writing for Mary Monroe's character in season 1 of Gen V, but I loved her powers. Hey, to each their own, man. Me waiting for Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. As always, man. These next 6 episodes have been fucking wild. Yep, yes. Okay, Spotter, you're gone. Or at least timed out. I'm timing you out, bud. Let's see. Where was I? Still straight as a ruler, Omni? Yeah, I'm still pretty damn straight. I can appreciate a beautiful man, but it does nothing to me. So there is that. But yeah. I love all my queer people though. Everybody's safe here, man. Everybody but any kind of bigot. If you can't be reasonable, understanding, or just let people live their life, you have no room here, man. That's the only time I have a line for what I can tolerate. What's up, Dirty Artist? How are you? I'm good. Can't wait for Frankenstein. It looks great. It will definitely be a visual great. Hell yeah, Tony Gold. It did, yeah, it's got that Del Toro flair. I'm excited for it. Gen V feels like Harry Potter versus Hunger Games. I don't know. I mean, only because it's in school and people die, I guess. But I don't get that vibe personally, but also don't know what else I would compare it to. Let's see. Did you hear the showrunner of The Penguin say that there will be more spin-offs? I hope we get a Hugo Strange show. I've heard they've considered some, but I haven't heard any specifics. Hugo Strange would be interesting, but I feel like Hugo Strange would work more as a side character in someone else's show. But I don't know about him being the main character, though. There are bendy rulers. That is true. That is true. So we have to wait another year for season 5 of The Boys? I think so. The way you said "rah" sounded like Vocaloid. I'll take that as a compliment. Let's see. So our, season 3 of Squid Game will only be 6 episodes long. Yeah, I've heard it's shorter than the previous season, so I mean, I kind of figured as much. But I didn't know how many episodes exactly, though. Do you think Gen V is important to the Boys series? Oh yeah, I mean, you see characters from Gen V in The Boys season 4, and the main kicker to that season you wouldn't have known about if you didn't watch Gen V. I mean, they try to fill you in, but there's a lot of pieces that Gen V set up. I mean, it's specifically designed to be a between season. Gen V season 1 set up, or season 3 of The Boys set up Gen V season 1, and then season 4 sets up the next season of Gen V, and then vice versa. You're meant to kind of watch all of it. From most to least favorite doctors, where does Shuti rank? I'd probably say the top half. For sure. What ranking, what one specifically, I don't know. But maybe top 5. Probably top 5. So how do you compare the final scenes in the show to the game? I didn't like necessarily the Ellie cut of the no, but other than, I mean, the final bits of the show that we got was almost 1-to-1 for the most part, with a couple of little additions here and there. I mean, for the most part, it was pretty much a copy of what happened, except for a couple of editing choices. And I think Jesse's dialogue was expanded quite a bit. Also, can't wait for the new Knives Out film. Same. You're a complete ripoff of me in every single way. Let's see. The Last of Us episode had me ballin'. Jesse was my favorite, and the season was okay for me. Kind of wish we saw more rage from Ellie. Yeah, I feel like they really dulled a lot of Ellie's character from, like, if you're comparing game to the show, Ellie's descent is so much more hard to watch in the game. And it just feels more, honestly, a lot of it feels more real. It feels so restrained right now on the show, and so when it does happen, it's a little jarring. You'll hear us talk about it. I think the video comes out tomorrow, but I think we a lot of us had a similar, not all of us, but a lot of us had a similar criticism about how they really toned down Ellie's story in this section compared to the game. And for me, it does kind of, it brings down what they're trying to do. So I don't know. I've got quite a few issues with this season. It's definitely not as good as the first one. But it is definitely, it's still a good adaptation, but it is by far away from being anything close to what the game was able to pull off so far by this point. The shit caller cat, Brown. Oh yeah, she's back. She's back. We got her back. Yeah, I've seen a lot of hate for the Stranger Things actors recently. Could I have some context if you have any? I know Millie Bobby Brown has said a bunch of stuff publicly that's got just people really annoyed, just in general. I can't remember any specifics, to be honest. And then there's a whole Zionist thing, I think, with, what's his face? What's his name? What's his actual name? Will, the actor that plays Will. So there's some unsavory opinions floating around from people on the set, and then people's opinions outside of that about them. Those are the only two I know about. I think pretty much everybody else, everybody is still mostly unanimously on board with. But those two have kind of become a little problematic, to say the least, in the public eye. For sure. Definitely Will's actor. Why can't I think of his name? Noah Schnapp. Definitely him, after he was passing out those Zionism stickers a few years ago. Which, understandable on that front. That was some dumb shit right there, man. Ellie was kind of annoying in season 2 finale when she said F the community and wanted to save the Scar, even though there were 6 guys, and was also saying she'd save Jesse when she didn't try to save Tommy. Yeah, I mean, that's the I guess kind of the point. It's one of my problems about it is because it's so wishy-washy and what they're trying to do with her. I get her wanting to save the day with the Scar kid, that impulse. I do think she would go save Tommy. I think in the moment though, once she saw Abby, that does take precedent over everything else. And I think she's still a child in a way because she's only 19, but like I think, like with Joel, she's like, Tommy can handle himself. But then again, Joel still died. So it is like this irresponsible, selfish choice. But that's the point. The point is it is selfish. But the reality is, her and Joel have never fit into the community. So her community is really only the people she allows into it. It's Joel, it's Jesse, it's Tommy, it's Dina. She doesn't give a shit about Jackson as a whole, or most of the people in there. Honestly, that's the reality for a lot of people in general, too. Also, the Mel scene was so shocking, her trying to get Ellie to save her baby, but not being able to convey her instructions and not realizing she didn't have the baby was crushing. Yeah, dude. The fact that she at least died thinking everything was okay. So for Mel, at least she got some kind of grace as she passed away. But God, that moment was rough. But yeah, yep. Do I have a favorite spell in D&D? I don't know, man. I mean, you can never go wrong with a good, well-placed fireball. So I'm gonna go with that. Also, I'm a pyromaniac, so love it. Lily coming in with the big bucks again. How are you? Hope you're having a good weekend. How am I doing? I'm doing good. Cats are all mostly good. I have to catch this other cat because I think she's pregnant again, and I need to finally fix this bitch. But I'm trying not to scare off the kittens, goddammit, that she's already had. But yeah, anyway, I think I'm spoiling her too much. She's getting chubby. Hey, that's the sign that a cat is hopefully happy and hopefully healthy. So, I love a chunky cat. That's why I wish brown Coco would fucking appreciate me more. Where did I leave off? Here we are. Still like The Last of Us finale though. These are just nitpicks on my part. Oh, I've got plenty of those, but overall, I mean, especially if you compare it to other shit, it's still a good adaptation. It just misses the mark on a few fronts because the games are just so iconic in that way, you know? I'm only going to watch the trailer for Frankenstein because Guillermo del Toro has a hand in it. That's the main reason I'm there, and Oscar Isaac as well. I'm excited for the new Knives Out film, especially because Kaylee Spaney, the set photos show her character in a wheelchair. See, I haven't seen any of that stuff. I've been thinking, what's been keeping you from seeing Thunderbolts or even Sinners? Time, man. I'm editing like 90% of the day and barely sleeping most days, so that's the main thing. Hashtag MASA. Okay. I don't know what that is. Let's see. I'm predicting that Deo and Shaman Lady will die in the 4th Squid Game. I feel like we're going to be stuck with the Shaman Woman for a hot minute. A lot longer than we expected. Let's see. I'm excited for every bit of Gen V Season 2. Same indeed. Also, you mentioned D&D. Could we have insight into your character and the campaign? I'm addicted to lore. Well, tonight's is it's Star Wars themed, so my character is a survivor of the of Order 66. Go figure. But I'm basically it's set after Return of the Jedi, during I think before Mando. I can't remember when we decided. I think we're set in the same time period as the Mandalorian, if I remember right. But I'm working for the path and trying to find out what's been happening to missing younglings, and it has brought me into contact with some unsavory folk that I am forced to kind of cooperate with. Let's see. I'm glad I'm not the only Beastars fan in this chat. What's up, Pixstream Galaxy? Let's see. How many video? Hey Omni, your videos are my favorite because because a lot of the time I get insight and information that I might not have caught. That's the goal, at least, is to sometimes glean a little bit more than most people. I try. Sometimes it could be very surface level, or you have something like last night's Doctor Who episode where the episode was so banana sauce. I'm still trying to wrap my head canon around everything I just witnessed. But I try. I really appreciate that, at least. I do at least think I do pride myself on my my empathy, at least, and my insights, I think, onto like people themselves. So I try to at least understand where everybody's coming from, even when they're a character I don't care for. By the way, did you hear James Gunn said there will be a big cameo in Peacemaker Season 2? I did. I have no idea who that could be. It's an Undertale sequel game. I didn't know they were connected. Also, I've never played Undertale. It's another game I've never played. Also, I'm a member and excited as fuck for those Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. reactions. Well, hell yeah, man. Also, I guess I'll say here. What was it? What was I gonna say? I completely blanked out. Oh yeah. So I may be phasing out channel memberships and focusing purely on Patreon, because some of the plans I have and the early access stuff, I don't think YouTube's system really works with it, and I'd feel weird if some people were getting shit differently than the people on YouTube. So, and besides, YouTube takes like a 30% cut of what you guys provide versus Patreon's 8%. So that's also another thing. So I don't know. I'm still trying to figure everything out, but there's a lot of things I'm planning on adding to the mix for it all. So more updates on that to come. Let's see. Wasn't there an episode in David Tennant's era where we would meet the Doctor's daughter? Could Susan be the granddaughter from a child before the Master messed up the Time Lord's DNA? That is, I've heard people say that as well, but Ncuti clearly said by this point he hadn't had a family yet, which I found super odd because Tennant and Matt both said things counter to that. He had a line, I can't remember if it was last season, where he said he's got family, but he hasn't had them yet. And I thought that was weird as fuck. Because he also acts like he's never had a family, but then he knows about it's so confusing. I view hashtag MASA as Soups want to be our masters. Oh, make America super again, right? That was the hashtag from the Gen V trailer, right? Right, okay. And yeah, that probably is the case. You're probably hitting that right on the head there. Yeah, when you put that out there at first, I didn't know what the fuck you were talking about. It didn't click to me, man. But yeah, I mean, definitely, like they have this superiority idea in their mind, and we know how Homelander and that whole crew feel about people. So yeah, oh, they're definitely going to lean into that. Good catch, good call. Gay beam. Let's see. One of the big things most reactors I watched caught on to was why does show Ellie have all these bruises on her back, considering she doesn't go nearly through as much as Ellie in the game had to deal with. You know what? I didn't even think about that bit. I mean, she got herself into a scuffle. She got herself into a little bit of a rough patch, but yeah, I don't know, man. She didn't get beat up that much. But they still kept that scene kind of the same. Also, like they spell out and repeat so many things we already know. Like the audience is not paying attention or too stupid to remember, or they just want, I don't know. It's just like they remind the audience of things way too many times. Let's see. Imagine waiting 24 hours. That would be wild. Kind of what I did. Had to open it. Your Sinners will be available on digital on June 3rd, although Warner Brothers said mean to me, so although Warner Brothers was mean to me, so you'll figure it out. You'll get it. Warner Brothers, while they try to put up a little bit of a fight, I always seem to get past everything once at least after an appeal. I almost always have to appeal it, but we'll get through. Because, I mean, they have no ground to stand on at the end of the day, as long as everything's edited, right? Spotter shall be smiteth. The Doctor Who spinoff has a trailer on their YouTube channel. Is it a spinoff or a special? Because it seemed like it's a standalone movie. It didn't look like it's a new show. I don't think it looks like I did watch the trailer. But it is interesting that we're getting a kind of a special without the Doctor. But yeah, correct me if I'm wrong. Is it a special or is it a show? Bro spawned in and had to announce it. It doesn't make sense, however, that in the game, Ellie is a one-woman army against 50-plus military guys and women. So I liked how the show was more realistic with Ellie. The thing about Ellie in the game is she is trained. She is a soldier. She was raised by Fedra in a military camp. She's as military as a lot of the people you run into on the road. Like, she's gone through all of that. I mean, hell, they even expanded upon that in the show. Ellie is military trained. And Joel and Tommy and them too has even trained her even more. And the show even tried to do that by setting up that scene with her training with that guy, sparring and wrestling in the first episode, to set up that she's been trying to hone her physicality, her physical skills in combat against people bigger than her. And then they did absolutely nothing with that. So I saw that they released a behind the scenes clip showing that they did film the Mel and Owen scene game accurately, but then they cut it and reshot it into what we ended up getting. So yeah, no, it makes sense to me, especially given everything we've seen, especially because she is very much so a guerrilla fighter in the game. She's not running down, like holding people down and stuff like that. It's tactical, it's stealth. There's a lot of that involved. Like I can believe Ellie can take out, maybe not 50 plus like she does, but I think she could take out a fuck ton of people. That's the thing. People always underestimate Ellie, and she's a capable person, especially definitely in the game. She didn't need no Dina telling her how to navigate. She went to Salt Lake by herself in the game. But yeah, anyway. What's your movie of the year? So far, mine is Ballad of the Wellest Island. Highly recommend it. I've never heard of that one. I don't even know what all movies I've seen so far this year that actually came out this year. Yeah, damn, dude. As far as like movies, man, I've seen less than 10 films this year, and not all of them even came out this year. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't been able to go to the theater much this year at all. So go for by default, literal default, it has to be. Well, hold on. When did this come out? 2024. So that does not count. By default, it has to be Captain America. It seems like. First episode of Wayne is officially on YouTube at no charge. Can you add it to your React schedule and gauge if it's worth continuing from that? I have no idea what that is. Is that like a fan thing? Probably not. But I mean, maybe I can look into it. But as far as like the rotation at the moment, that's probably not a priority. But I'll have to look into it. And I'm spoiling after a week. It's all good. For that stuff, a week is about how much for TV shows, most of the time we talk about it the week of. For movies coming out on the weekend, that's usually when I put up like a little bit of a bar. But yeah, right now, people should expect that at this point. What do you think of the Hulk rumor that he might be in Spider-Man 4? I don't think I mean, it'd be cool. I'd really like Spider-Man to be on his own, but I think that's a Sony rule. I don't think he can be on his own, but neither can the Hulk, so fuck it, I guess. I just really wish we could have just a solid, focused Spider-Man story, but if we can give the Hulk some love, sure, go for it. But a lot of that too, I just take it with a grain of salt because it's the rumor mill is what it is. Because you've been chatting too much. I'm sorry for being so talkative. You're just cool. Just so cool, I gotta know more. Wait, maybe I'm not to blame. It's your fault. You're too cool. I am not too cool. Is it weird that I'm actually scared on what's gonna happen in season 3 of Squid Game? Weird? No, because I'm very worried as well. Is it weird Will screaming run made me die of laughter? I don't know about that. It gave me chills. I thought that was it made my spine tingle. Because I'm just like, what is happening to make him do that? You know, and I'm like, oh God. Why do you think anyone is Susan at all? Did I miss something? The old lady he was having visions of was his granddaughter. That woman in the TARDIS when he was having those flickers and visions, that was his granddaughter, the original actress from the original show, from the first season of Doctor Who that ever was. The Doctor's granddaughter. She kept sending him messages or something, and then nothing happened with that. Honestly, I watched the last of Us season 2 finale with my dad, and he's done with the show now because he feels like the revenge mission is silly after knowing what Joel did to deserve it. I mean, I don't see that point of view. I don't know. Okay. I know. You know, I imagine saying that if somebody killed you, like if that happened to you, or was wanting to do that, like that's a little bit of a disconnect to me. Because I think most people, if they were in any of these people's shoes, they'd be doing very similar things. Do you think Bryan Cranston would make a good Xavier? Sure. I don't know if he'd be my first pick for Xavier, but I think he could do a good anything, really. What's up, Alfie? I was so surprised the Doctor, spoiler, regenerated. It's too soon. 15th deserves 2 more series. It seems too sudden. That's because I think there's something, I'm almost 100% confident there's something going on behind the scenes that led to that. Because I'm pretty sure it was reported he was contracted for 3 seasons. So yeah, I definitely feel like there's some shenanigans going on behind the scenes that we're not privy to. Also, they didn't introduce this person as the Doctor at the end. It just said introducing this person. It always says, typically always says, introducing XXX as the Doctor. And they didn't do that this time. So I'm wondering what really happened. But we'll see. Mark, how are you? Fun fact, Gillian Anderson is to be feted at the Munich Film Festival. Hell yeah. Did you know that humans glow? Did not. Hey, what's up, Allspark? Sorry about the Billy Piper comment. My autocorrect also adds words. So funny how. Autocorrect be a weird thing sometimes, man. Omni loves us. I love you guys. The festival will hand its honorary Cinemerit award to Gillian Anderson during its upcoming edition, which runs from June 27th to July 6th. That's a long little festival. Actually, I don't know how long they typically are, but it seems long. Love you. Love your vids, man. Well, thank you, Sheldor. I return the love. Do you also tolerate people that openly hate the X-Files? I try to be sympathetic to the ignorant and the small-minded. That's all I'll say. It's like, you can't help that you don't understand. Let's see. What's your thoughts on the fact that a trans woman is being considered as the role of Zelda in a live-action adaptation? She looks exactly like her. It's fucking insane. Yeah, she looks fucking, like, just like a side-by-side. Looks like the live-action, like, Zelda. Like, especially, like, if we're looking at, like, Twilight Princess Zelda. I think. That's the one that most, I think the comparison, is lined up the most to me. But I don't know if they're being considered or if that's just fan casting. I don't think there's I don't know if I don't know. But either way, the fact that they're in the conversation at all has rustled obviously a lot of feathers. So to be expected, I guess. But yeah, I mean, when I looked at the images, Hunter looks fucking just like Zelda. Like, such strong, well, they're not elves, but highly in features, you know? Fuck it, go with it. Respect your opinion on shows even if I don't like something. I like how you and us can express our opinions. That's the goal. Just, at the end of the day, don't be a dick. Most of the time, You guys aren't dicks. Let's see. How are you doing today, Omni? Doing good. Did I ever see Prison Break? No, I've never seen Prison Break. Nope, not at all. Did you see the viewership for The Last of Us went down? I'm kind of worried for season 3. Well, season 3 at least is greenlit. I'm worried for season 4. Because one, you have to have people buy into the fact that, are they going to continue the show after Joel died? Which is a big ask. And the numbers show not a lot of people stuck around after that. There was a big dip after that. And now you have to ask people to sit around and tune in for a story where Abby is now the main character in your next season. Another big ask. So it's an experiment. It's definitely an experiment. We will see what happens. Hugo Strange would have worked in that Arkham show. Yes, definitely would have been a good fit for that. 6 episodes of Squid Game season 3 for 6 games. Yep, you got an episode per game. I was shocked with how fast season 3 was announced after season 2. Less than a year is crazy. Oh yeah, because they filmed season 2 and season 3, I think, back to back mostly. Oh yeah. And I don't think Billy is the new Doctor. But yeah, so there's going to be something funky with that I'm sure is going to be the next mystery or whatever. You know? It probably has something to do with the fact that he dumped regeneration energy into the TARDIS, and we know that, you know, when that energy went into Billy and made her the bad wolf, and then not only the bad wolf, she's also been the Moment at a point. There's something timey-wimey happening there. And I don't know. Because they didn't say as the Doctor. That's the one main sticking point that I wasn't thinking about in the moment at the time. So who knows? We'll see. What's up? Sir Tilly? Anyway, I hope I got that close enough. What's up, Dion? What's up, Christina? So glad I can actually catch a stream live. And what do you know about the controversy around Noah Schnapp, and what do you feel about it? So your trailer watch, Gen V, I like more than the boys. We'll start with the Gen V comment. I also like Gen V more than the boys currently. Yeah, so I'm with you on that one. I know about the Zionism things, and as far as that goes, yeah, I don't agree with it. I think that's pretty obvious. I don't think any of that is all right. Anything that's going on is all right. Nah, not at all. But am I going to not enjoy the show because one person in the cast? I don't even know if he even knows what the fuck it means based on the way he acted about certain things, but that's not an excuse either, though. But yeah, I know about all of that, but I'm not going to let one little bad egg ruin it for everybody else, because I'm honestly there. The character is separate from him to me. I can separate the character from the actor in 90% of cases, and he's just one out of a giant cast that I love. So I can look past it. So that's what I'm doing. Let's see. What's up, Ginger? Happy Saturday. How you doing? I'm doing good. Have you come down from your Doctor Who reaction? I have, especially considering I went pretty much right to bed after I finished editing it. Don't know if you saw, but Chopper will be voiced by actress playing Cat Grant in Superman. I don't know who that is. I don't know who I couldn't place the voice while I did my reaction to the Chopper reveal. So I don't know. I don't know who the voice actually is. The Stranger Things season 5 teaser was crazy. Yes. We only got 3 or 4 new shots at all, and they were chilling shots, man. That fucking goo wall, I was like, what is this? Game of Thrones? What's happening here? I'm excited, man. I am so excited. Do you think the Stranger Things finale will be 2.5 hours like season 4's finale? Probably, especially since it's dropping by itself. No, volume 1's 4 episodes, volume 2 is 3 episodes, and then the finale is dropping all by itself, which is interesting. I like how The Boys has an in-universe propaganda account and all the comments play along. Yeah, dude, it's so fun to engage with and watch. I love that their team is fully committed to the bit when it comes to stuff like that. For me, as the doctors go, Peter, David, Ncuti. For me, it's Matt, David, Capaldi, Ncuti, probably. Not ready for Stranger Things to end, but it's gotta end at some point. So true. What's up, Steven Billadou? How are you? How are the corn dogs and mac and cheese last week? They were pretty good. They were pretty good. Unhealthy, but pretty good. I definitely had a decent little dinner that night and took a nap immediately after. Can't believe I gotta wait 2 years for The Last of Us Season 3. Yeah, dude. And then another 2 for 4 if that even comes out. Thus, Season 2 would end with Abby and her dad in that flashback. We get the game. I thought it was going to end at the cut to black. I didn't think. I was like, okay, we're either going to end at the cut to black and then it'll immediately go to credits, or we're going to cut to black and we're going to get a little lead in to Abby's day one. And that ended up being what we got. So it ended how I expected it to end, personally. I'm sorry to say, but Ellie seemed like such a brat in season 2. I haven't played the game yet. Highly recommend the game. Highly recommend the game. I have my qualms with some things it does, but it's still a damn good game, all things considered. She will be handed an award during the ceremony in the theater where the German premiere of her newest film, The Salt Path, will take place. That's neat. I haven't heard of that one. Squid Game Season 3 is going to be wild. Yes, indeedy doody. Just watched a video about Last of Us deleted scenes. Ellie got an AK got cut. Yeah, a lot of action scenes with Ellie and stuff she was doing training for got cut. So they've cut out a lot of Ellie action for whatever reason. Yeah, and her rifle from Seth is just gone for some reason. So yeah, that rifle that Seth gave her never got used. That scene with her wrestling with the guy and sparring with that guy in the opening scene, that amounted to nothing in the end because anything that would have paid homage to got cut. Yeah, I don't know. Interesting choices. Let's see. Ellie's a beast in the game compared to the show, although Ellie killing Nora in the show was game Ellie. I disagree. The Ellie in the show, the way that Bella killed Nora is way colder and more calculated than what happened in the game. Like Ellie was hesitant in the game, and there was like a sadness to it. There was a rage. I don't know. They're very different in that scene. That was one of the few times in this season of the show where I felt like they actually went real hard and real dark with Ellie, as opposed to everything else where they've been trying to really kind of downplay it all. It's gonna be brutal. I could compare Gen V to X-Men meets Hunger Games. That's a little closer, I could say. I like that. I like that a little bit better. Let's see. For me, it's Tenet, Matt, Ncuti. And for me, even on a given day, Matt and David can probably rotate for me. But most of the time, it's probably Matt. And that's only because I think his Doctor embodies everything it means to be the Doctor to me. Got a new fan cast, Oscar Morgan for Link and Madison Eisman for Zelda. Oscar Morgan. I could see him as Link. Who's this other person? Madison. He's mom. Maybe like Breath of the Wild Zelda, but most iterations, I don't know. I think there's better people for Zelda. I mean, she's not a bad pick, but like, I don't know. But the first person for Link, I can kind of buy. Have you ever played Star Wars KOTOR 1 and 2? If not, you should, and play the second one with the restoration mod. So good. Second has the best Star Wars character, not HK, my most favorite games. You must be fairly new here, or I don't know how well you can see, but there's a Darth Revan mask right there. I've got all the Old Republic, Knights of the Old Republic pops. I've got multiple replicas of Darth Revan's sabers and 2 statues of Darth Revan back there as well. I know you can't see that, they're out of focus, but figured at least we could see the mask. Oh, the first game is one of my favorite games, period. And Revan is my favorite character in all of Star Wars. I've never been able to play 2 though, because outside of the first 2 levels, because I always get the data leak bug, and it fucks up all of my cutscenes. I've tried it on original PC when it first came out, tried it on Xbox, I re-downloaded it recently, I tried it on Switch, it just always happens. And there's no current fix for it other than hope it doesn't happen and reload your save when it does. And I've just never made it to the end of the game. I know what happens, because I end up looking it up and watching it instead, but I've never been able to play it myself. Well, if somebody asked my question, I was too lazy to Google. Bill and Frank's episode in The Last of Us, in my opinion, is a masterpiece and one of the greatest episodes TV ever made. I think of the show, it's one of the better episodes of the show. Of all time, I think is a little hyperbolic, but it's a great episode. But that's also just me, man. I don't know if I would jump to that right out the gate. But it is a damn amazingly well written and acted and everything episode of TV. I just don't know if I could confidently say one of the greatest of all times, but definitely up there, I guess. For sure. I felt like they rushed a lot in The Last of Us Season 2's finale to get to Abby's section. They cut entire sections out like Hillcrest, though I get it. Oh yeah, I totally understand them cutting out Hillcrest and all the dog murder. I know it is feasible for you to get through that section without killing a dog, but it is a pain in the ass to do that. Have I ever played Dredge? No, I have not. I have not played Dredge. Let's see. What's a Zionist? I heard the word thrown around, but never looked into it. I am not going to get into that. Google it. We got more stuff to talk about. I don't. This is not the place for me to talk about that. Now that all 3 series that started in April between Andor, The Last of Us, Doctor Who have finished, who won best series out of 3? Andor. Andor blew all 3 out of the water. Yeah. But like, it's not even close. What does the XP thing mean? I don't know exactly. It's a leaderboard for engagement in the chat, I guess. It's a new feature, apparently, that came out recently. This is the first time I've ran into it, so I'm still not exactly how it works. Stranger Things actors look like full-grown adults now. Yep. And the fact that how much time in universe has even passed? It hasn't been that much. Let's see. Christian is, what's your favorite Pokemon, and would you want them in real life as a pet? My favorite Pokemon, I'm a normie. I love me some Charizard. So, would I want a Charizard in real life? You bet your ass I would. I'd love myself, even though he's not classified as a dragon, I'd love myself a little dragon buddy. Let's see. No, what the fuck are you doing? Drake having Millie Brown's number in his phone is so problematic when she was a teen and a minor. Yeah. That's the last I heard. I just want Will's characterization some justice. Same. I want good things for Will in the end, because his character deserves a happy ending. Really didn't want like the finale of Doctor Who. Stinks of panic and desperation after Ncuti clearly jumped ship waiting for renewal. And I miss when the show would move forward. Love your reaction though. I get that. I get it. It does feel like it's reactionary. Apparently though, RTD has a plan up until series 18 already mapped out. So maybe this was the plan, or maybe this was a knee-jerk reaction. I have no fucking clue, but it does feel weird, especially for Ncuti to just, because there was usually there's an announcement when the Doctor is leaving, and they didn't do that. They didn't prepare anybody at all. So it feels weird. Let's see. I wonder if the reason why One Piece Season 2 is pushed to next year is because there are rumors that they're all working on Season 3 at the same time. Yeah, I thought it was supposed to come out this year. I was kind of surprised when they said 2026 in the event. Currently playing Assassin's Creed, I guess, 3 right now. Cool. Wait, have you reacted to the Arcane? Obviously, 100%. Definitely have. Seasons 1 and 2. Do we get XP for every message or for specific messages? I have no idea. I really have no idea. I generally hope the Duffer Brothers give us a major character death and not introduce another random character who we grow to love and send them to die. I would like for us to break that motif, but I do hope everybody survives. I really don't want a main character death because I've never felt like Stranger Things is that kind of show. But I guess we do need some stakes. But if we do have somebody die, I don't know who. Is Vecna in D&D? Yes. Vecna is a major proponent of or not proponent, member of D&D lore. I mean, Vecna is the main villain even in the Critical Role's first campaign. Like Vecna is a huge D&D icon. Let's see. You have. I know what I'll be binging. Excited for the reaction to the Owl House Season 2 finale and all of Season 3. Same. Where are you from, dude? Which state? I'm from West Virginia. West Virginia. I have a chunky dog. Chunky dog's also cool. I wonder if Stranger Things Season 5 will explain why Vecna was killing the specific people in Season 4. I thought they already did. It was their trauma. Because it was a powerful emotion he could psychically link to and create breaches. I'm pretty sure they already explained why he picked who he picked. Because he was specifically targeting people that were broken, who were going to therapy, and using that to make the gates. By the way, I hate Abby now. I understand everything with Joel, but I hate her for what she did to Jesse. But is it any different than what Ellie's done to her friends? Saying it's not different. Anyway, we'll get into that way more next season. Feel like Vecna is going to get on my nerves. Oh, probably. I mean, he's causing a whole ass fuss over here. Frankenstein had me at Oscar Isaac. Bonus, it looks really good. Same for both those points, man. I don't understand people saying stuff like Doctor Who, The Last of Us. Star Wars is an absolute dumpster fire. They have had bad moments and struggles recently, but they're still great franchises. I agree. I agree with that sentiment. 100%. People on the internet really love to be hyperbolic. What's up, CP? How are you? Just joining in, been watching your Vox Machina reactions. Can't wait for next season and for Mighty 9. Me either, man. It was still the highlight of my year to be able to meet the whole Critical Role gang, man. That was, it's still so good. That was amazing. And yeah, we talked very briefly about what is around the corner, and I'm super excited to get into it. Let's see. And Doctor Who, did I miss why the Ronnie did the fourth wall breaks, or is that just a loose thread? It's just a loose thread. They did not explain that at all. Oh, my hair's getting frizzy, staticky. Not sure if you saw my question. How are the corn dogs? I already answered that. Let's see. Can't believe Fantastic Four and Superman are coming out next month. Yeah, time's flying by, man. Let's see. I wonder if we're still getting that Twilight animated show that was announced back in 2020 that was to come to Netflix. I don't know. This is the first I've heard of it. I didn't know they were making an animated Twilight. Rooster Teeth, were there any other shows you had watched of theirs? I think you'd really enjoy Camp. Feels right up your alley with the crazy antics, dark humor, and yet oddly wholesome at times. I found Rooster Teeth through Red vs. Blue, and I've seen, I'd say 90% of Red vs. Blue. Hell, I have most of it on Blu-ray. I've watched Achievement Hunter and stuff like that, some of their shows, but none of their scripted stuff, really. That's technically all those are scripted too, but none of their other like shows. This week's episode of Apothecary Diaries is fucking phenomenal. Season 2 is peak television. So upset the WWE have released R-Truth. Means nothing to me. I have no idea what that entails. Watch your trailer reactions. Did you already watch the One Piece special announcement trailer? One Piece special announcement trailer. What was that? Is that different than what I saw? I don't know what I'm not sure what you're referring to. I mean, there was the announcement for them having something to show at Tadum, but there was nothing relevant or worth reacting to. What the hell? From what I remember, it's just them hanging out and getting ready to watch Tadum. I mean, I watched it, but I didn't feel like that was react worthy. If that's what we're talking about. Let's see. Trying to wrap my head around the whole Susan thing in Doctor Who. Same. Dude, same. It's first day of Pride. Yay. Same Tony. I'm a Patreon member, so that's good for me. Hell yeah. Also, you're what the fuck with Billy coming back as the Doctor. I'm retracting the whole as the Doctor bit for now. Is that positive or negative? It is confusion. Also heard a theory that Rose had the heart of the vortex in her. 15 put his energy into the vortex. Yes, I've also heard that, and that is also something I'm kind of leaning into, especially since they did not credit her as the Doctor. So yeah, timey-wimey connection stuff, more than likely feeding into the Doctor's body, but not as a true regeneration, I guess. Appreciate you as well. Also, I can distinctly remember 10 Doctor saying he was a dad before the war. Right? Yes, exactly. I watched all the Jurassic Park and World movies. I watched Disney's Tarzan this morning. I think Green Arrow might show up in Peacemaker since Vigilante and Oliver go up against one another in the comics every now and then. I don't think that will be the big cameo, but I mean, it would be cool to see who the DCU Green Arrow is going to be if that was the case. Well, by the way, AOT won the first Global Impact Award at Crunchyroll Anime Awards. Deserved. Definitely deserved. Which new bender would you like to be besides air, water, fire, and earth? Like Hellbender, Icebender, Smokebender, Shadowbender, inspired by MK. Oh, I was like, what are you talking about? Ice. I'd definitely go ice. I think RTD has been hanging out with Moffat. His episodes are getting confused. Yeah, a little bit. Another RT project you might enjoy is Nomad of Nowhere, a charming short and sweet show. In my opinion, it's 12 episodes and each approximately 10 minutes long, so very short and could be best enjoyed like a movie. Maybe one of these days, maybe. I'll never say, well, I won't, depends on what it is. Sometimes I'll be like, no. But like, there has been a couple times where I've done that. But, who knows, maybe. Am I excited for the bear this month? Hell yes. Do I have any predictions? Hell no. But I am excited to get back into the kitchen and be just injected with anxiety all week long. Let's see. Season 1 of Jin was a big risk to the franchise of The Boys, but it did such a good job of expanding the universe. I have no doubt season 2 will be the same. I hope they find a way to navigate the chance situation in a tasteful way, and then just continue the story and keep doing what they're doing, because I really liked it a lot. Maybe since Shuti was the bi-jiterated, his connection to the time stream is weaker, so he's subjected to timeline changes, changing memory, which the Doctor previously was not. So forget daughter? Maybe? He has been apparently living in an alternate reality this entire time. So I don't know. Writing an apocalypse novel, and it's so gay. Oh, okay. Someone said the reason why they toned down Ellie's violence is to make the end of the series more believable. If you know, you know. I think they've overcorrected. I think they've definitely overcorrected. Because she can't even read a map, apparently. Dr. Doom versus Apocalypse. I don't know if I know enough about each of them to really give a strong or at least accurate opinion, but I'm going to go with Dr. Doom just because I'd like Dr. Doom more. What's up, hero? Late to the stream. How's everybody doing? Doing good. My theory is that if Time Lords were sterile, and if it isn't by generation, I think they cloned DNA to make new children. I mean, that's also maybe possible. In the same way that Jenny was created, but as like pure without the human involved. Maybe. The threat of copyright strike doesn't make you nervous if you appeal. I mean, it used to, but hell, I got one from Netflix for Heartstopper right now that I'm fighting, and I've counter noticed it. So we'll see how that goes. That's my first time having to do that. And having to do that is absurd. So we'll see. Hopefully I'm not going to get sued by Netflix now. I mean, if we do, I'm almost 100% confident in my case. But I don't know why they would. You know, it's stupid. I've never had an issue before, and then this one time, it just doesn't make any goddamn sense to me. Let's see. Doctor Who spinoff was a 5-part miniseries. Oh, okay. Interesting. I did not know this. Kind of wish the characters in The Last of Us could look more dirty and not clean since they live in an apocalypse and all, but that's just a nitpick of mine. I get that, especially since they've been on the road all of these days and whatnot, you know? While in Jackson, I get being clean, but like they've been on the road, they don't have like a proper home base or anything like that to wash up, clean up, and all this kind of stuff. I get it. I can look past it, but I understand that observation. The Summer Games Fest trailer had an X-Men 97 Storm and Venom of same animation, so what Marvel game would that be? Fuck if I know. An X-Men game. Well, no, Venom's in there, so I don't know. It could literally be anything. I haven't been paying attention to the Summer Game Fest stuff. I mean, that's next week, right? I'm hoping for a Kingdom Hearts trailer, but I hope for that almost every video game festival. If you're forced to do a talent show, what would be your secret talent to show off? I'd probably just be a basic bitch and sing, but outside of that, I don't really have like secret talents. Most things I can do even kinda well, I'm kinda upfront about. Well, anyway. The military in Stranger Things have no idea of the storm they were riding into in the final season, especially with the synopsis that came out for the final season. They are going to be painfully surprised by the situation they are stumbling into. Can remember that the Doctor counted 2.47 billion children in the 50th anniversary. That's another one. That's another thing. And who knows? Like maybe that is the thing. Like they maybe they're cloned. Maybe they're whatever. I don't know. Or maybe that was before the bomb, but then he still says he has never had a child, which again confuses me further. Tenant Doctor said to Rose, "I was a father once" in the Fear Her episode in season 2. Yes. And Matt Smith knows how to talk to babies because he's had one. Like, it's just like, what the fuck? There's so many. Anyway, point taken. Omni completely forgot Ellie is a trained soldier from childhood. She is literally a child soldier. And it seems like the show kind of forgot that. Earlier this year, I was talking to my friends about season 5 Stranger Things being the final season of the show, and I looked at them and told the Stranger Things made irreparable numbers to Netflix. Yes. So I promised them a spinoff would 100% be in the works. There's no way. I mean, they've already been talking about what potential spinoffs could be around the corner, so who knows? I just know the Duffer Brothers definitely want a break from what they've said. So who knows if they'll be on or if they'll like just kind of executive produce, but we'll certainly get other Stranger Things adjacent things. Okay, well, Allspark, the cot that he gave to Melody, I'm pretty sure he said that was his cot, like his personal cot, not like his child's cot. Just to kind of get ahead of things real quick. 1 second, I'm gonna be right back. Okay. All right, there we go. Hair was getting annoying. Do you have any main campaigns, or you stick with one shots? We mostly do main campaigns. But right now, this current one, we've only had like 3 full sessions, so it's hard to say what we would call this right now. We're doing this as a palate cleanser to take a break from our primary D&D campaign, which has now been on hiatus for like 2 years. The other one that I'm going to next weekend, we only play one weekend every year for 3 days straight, and it's Digimon based. Let's see. I wonder why Dina didn't tell Jesse about the baby. Probably afraid. Probably didn't know how to bring it up, especially given everything else that's going on. Probably a multitude of reasons. Absolutely agree. Ellie is a really tough woman in part 2. Yes, indeedy duty. Do you have a favorite Digimon that isn't Omnimon? Mine is War Greymon. Warp Digivolve, baby. If I had to pick anybody other than Omnimon, which is really a cheat pick anyway, because it's whatever. It's a combo Digimon to begin with. But if I had to pick a singular one, it'd have to be, it'd have to be War Greymon or Black War Greymon, just because, got to be a little bit of an edgelord. But yeah, for sure. I was only overshadowed because you spammed tiny messages in response to things. Omni has not been to the theater a lot. Someone bring the theater to him! Please. That would help out a lot. Free popcorn? It wouldn't be free. It'd be stupid expensive. Never mind. What am I thinking? I can't believe that in 1 week, One Piece got robbed at the Anime Awards for Best Continuing Series by Demon Slayer, and One Piece Live Action Season 2 got delayed till 2026. I'm a little bummed. Yeah, a little 1-2 punch for One Piece fans right there. Yeah. I've still never seen Demon Slayer. I know I've said this in the past. The art direction, like, kind of, I didn't like the way everything, I didn't like the character designs. I did not like the way the show looked. So I've just never really went into it, but it gets so much fucking love. So I don't know. We'll see. One day I would like to get around to checking it out, but right now, yeah, give me One Piece. In the show, Ellie would have had been dead 20 minutes after entering Seattle if she came without Dina. Yep, pretty much, dude. Also, Shimmer gets to live. Nobody watching the show had to watch Shimmer die. Spoilers in the game. I like that they made a specific call out, and they changed it because the show's already too dark. We're not killing the animals. So Shimmer lives, Alice lives, and whoever else lives. Son of a bitch! You're goddamn right. I've only seen 3 movies, and they were all my daughter's choice. Minecraft being the last. The whole movie, I debated on whether Jack Black had a cocaine addiction. Movies ain't the same, man. Yeah, I have zero negative interest in watching that movie. That would have to win a poll for me to watch that movie. Since Ironheart is 3 in 1 week and 3 in week 2, how will you react to them? From what I saw, it's 3 on the premiere and then 1-1-1. I've not heard about this 3 and 3 thing, but I know the premiere is 3 episodes. Hey, Christian, best animation and design are 2 very different things. I don't like the way the characters look. I've seen the fights. I've seen some fights from it. The fights are phenomenal. The character designs, I would need them to grow on me. Mr. Robot was so good. I've been hearing good things about that one too. It's on my list. We'll see if it wins the poll. We'll be voting soon once we're getting closer to the end of Heartstopper. Watching Pokemon Journey series on the final season, seeing Ash as part of the World 8th tournament and winning to be the semifinals, it made me cry. Because it's just a long time coming, man. It's just such a long time coming. I think Bruce Banner will be a guest speaker at Peters College. Or professor. Who knows? Who knows? Wayne is just 2 people on the run from the law. It's well liked by its viewers. That's undeniable. Look into that. I mean, that's fine. What is it's just like somebody like a fan made thing, or just an indie project on YouTube? I don't know what. Yeah, pitch it to me. I got nothing. I don't really watch a lot of that for the most part. I'm too busy most of the time. Will screaming run makes me think behind the wall is a dragon. I don't know about that. Quite possibly a horde of some kind of upside down shit. I love how your opinion on Mac has turned around since he was first introduced. Oh yeah, 100%. Like complete 180. Do you think Yoon Rebellion could have worked if everybody joined to fight the guards? Honestly, looking at how much they were holding back, I don't think so. I don't think there was actually a world in which they would have won that fight, sadly, which just further proves Yoon, or the front man's point, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. But yeah, I don't know. I think they did a good job at least in from my point of view, showing that like any hope they had was just only allowed to exist because the front man held back. So I don't know how we're going to bring this philosophical war to an end, though. I mean, why do you think Susan isn't just Susan and not a regeneration of the Doctor or Jenny or anything? Because she is literally the I mean, they've always called her the Doctor's granddaughter. When they were traveling together, he would be like, "This is my granddaughter." Like they would go on their adventures together, and he would always introduce her as granddaughter. She introduced him as grandfather. They were there when she got married and stuff like that. So like, there's a whole thing there about all of that. And again, going back to Tennant stuff, he said he's been a father. Not grandfather. He said he's been a father, which obviously would then lead to a grandchild of some kind. Like, there's so many contradictory stories all throughout the show at this point, but that's been one thing that's been pretty consistent, as the Doctor has always had a family. He lost them in the Time War, and to various other things. I mean, hell, he left Susan to a timeline that no longer exists. So, she's out there in the multiverse or something. Anyway, whatever Noah is and isn't into, he has been one of the best actors on the show, in my opinion. So yeah, seeing him actually have an action scene and in the peak of the trailer finally got me hyped. Yeah, again, his personal stuff aside, he's really good at what he does, and his character is integral. And I love Will. I want good things for Will. You know, I think we can all understand that. Do you think that now that the Doctor tilted the timeline by a degree, the Mavity thing will finally be fixed? I don't know, man. Maybe. Maybe not. Who knows? It depends on when the shift went to. Because that was done by 14. The Mavity thing. Wasn't it? I think so. I don't remember now. I'm so confused. I can't remember anymore, man. I kind of wish they will explain Bruce's son and all if they put in the Spider-Man 4, because he just came out of nowhere in She-Hulk. I hope we get an explanation at some point. I'm dreading the finale of Stranger Things. We're losing someone. Are we? I hope not. I really hope not. Haven't been hyped on Stranger Things since season 2. Maybe you answered this prior, but what seasons have the best storylines of Stranger Things, or maybe your favorite plot points? My personal rankings, I think my ranking would be 4, and I think that's controversial. 4, 1, 3, 2, personally. Squid Game, do you think the main guy, I don't do names, will actually survive the series? Yes. I do think he will survive by the end of it all. I think you're right about the introducing part. I mean, that's the only thing that really makes sense immediately. But who knows, man? They could do anything. So Joel killed Abby's dad because he was going to kill Ellie for the cure. That might not have even worked. Abby killed Joel because he killed her dad. Ellie killed Abby too. It's a valid chain reaction. And that is the cycle of revenge. Once it's started, it just keeps feeding itself. 50-50 on it. I still think I would have tried to save my daughter. And still, Joel killed more people than Abby did. Although Abby was dumb for keeping Ellie and Dina alive, not knowing they tracked them down. That's the rule. If you're going to do anything like that, you know, you can't leave any stragglers. That's the only way. The only way to break the chain is to not let anybody follow up on the chain, or for the other person to be able to not pursue. So yeah, leaving, you know, like, what was it? It was one of the episodes of Harley Quinn where it's like, you can't leave any legacies. This is why you don't leave a legacy behind. You gotta kill the whole family. Yeah, dude, that's immediately what I thought of in that moment too. Did you know that sharks predate trees on Earth? Yes. You don't know how long we typically are? All right, Gnome, can you be a little mature for a hot minute? I'm not gonna waste time reading random comments that have nothing to do with what anybody's talking about. I've never played Zelda. I played a handful, like Breath of the Wild, Twilight Princess, a little bit of Ocarina of Time. I've never finished it. But I like the world. It's just it's so hard to get into to me, or see through, because there's just so much to do. But they're good games. Oh, and whatever the Hyrule Warriors game, that was really good too. As for a different, it's just like a hack and slash, so it's a little more laid back, I think. Hunter Schafer is her name, by the way. I was aware. I just thought we all knew who we were talking about, so I apologize. Maybe the reason why the screaming was in the footage of the trailers because Vecna is coming with a new form. Or it could be the Mind Flayer is in Hawkins. That'd be insane too. I mean, that would be the main thing I think Will would be the most afraid of. Strongly doubt they would go the route of killing him off, but it would be in the valley would lead to a reunion with him and his kid. I mean, maybe. I was with the revenge mission until we found out Dina was pregnant. That's when Ellie's selfish side showed the most. But I told my dad that she's consumed by revenge, so it made sense to me. Yeah, and plus, Dina's encouraging it. That's why in the game it made a little more sense, because, well, hold on, what was my argument there? I don't even remember what I was talking about. Whatever. Yeah. In the show, like Dina, even after the revelation, Dina also still encourages Ellie to continue. Puts the choice in her hand, but all of her wording is backing Ellie's choice. So didn't help things. Vecna has a new form. I don't know. Anybody else is just speculating. Nobody really knows anything at the moment. Last of Us Revenge, is it worth it? Nope. God, especially by the end. Did you hear about the reviews on Karate Kid Legends? I have. So I am waiting. Question: if someone were to comment multiple times on a video of yours, is that beneficial for you? Does that count for increasing engagement? I don't know. I do not know how YouTube counts comments from the same user. I know spamming views doesn't work. Like clicking on a thing over and over and over and over again or whatever. But like, honestly, I don't know. I know like just watching videos and letting them play and then whatever, that works. But like, I think it's like the only thing I know it filters out is views where you're just clicking on the video and then clicking off. I think you actually have to engage with it for a certain amount of time for it to count, so you can do that, but I don't know about the comments. I don't know if you just like spam the same comment over 1,000 times. I mean, I'm sure it'd get flagged for spam though, but I don't know. I really don't know. Good question. She called Hylians elves in one interview over a year ago, and someone legitimately used that as a reason why she shouldn't be right for the role. That is stupid. Because, hey, guys, Hylians, they're fucking elves. It's just a nondescript, non-Tolkien way to just be like, hey, pointy-eared elf people. You quoted MODOK when you said don't be a D? Not specifically. Dina found out she was pregnant when she was with Ellie, and when she saw Jesse again, she got shot by an arrow, so she had no time to tell him. Yeah, there was a lot of shit going on at the time, and it was just complicated anyway. So many complications, and definitely I wouldn't say the right time. I said Allie killed Elby, feel stupid. I knew what you meant. I knew what you meant. It's like The Walking Dead where the people stopped watching after Glenn died and again after Coral. Yeah. Oh yeah. Walking Dead was never the same after Glenn's death. Watch 2 seasons of The Last of Us. Why stop now? I'll see it through. I'm curious how how it's all gonna play out, because it's different. It's different. So maybe some of these changes are setting something else up, and we probably won't get season 4 for another 4 years, which, hey, by the time it comes out, we could have a Last of Us Part 3 game. Very possible. We know they're working on Intergalactic and an unnamed second game. Would you get out of the trash? What are you doing? Mare. All right. Which cat's that? This is Cookie. Rank each Stranger Things. I already did that a little bit ago. Here. Where'd you go? All right. Did that literally just a couple moments ago. Add the killer. Am I ticklish? In some places, like mostly just my sides, and that's really it. Bad Wolf is back, baby. Indeed. Wait, what? What is it, Imris? Who's this back? I don't know. Watched The Walking Dead Dead City premiere just now and loved it. Negan now has a Lucille bat again with an upgrade. His bat can now electrocute people. What? What? What the fuck? All right. Have you ever watched the show Gifted? No, I have not seen Gifted, because that's a Marvel. Oh, not an official, not like Marvel, but it's like a Marvel. It's one of those offshoot Marvel shows, isn't it? I don't know if it's officially Marvel though, based on Marvel Comics X-Men. Okay, so it is. Who did it? Fox. Yeah, I've never seen it. I mean, I've only really seen the Netflix stuff, and as far as live action goes, the Netflix stuff, Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. now, which I'm still working on, and then MCU stuff. I never really branched out into anything TV that was made by anybody else. So I haven't seen it. I heard good things about it, but I have not seen it. Oh, like, yeah, JK and Harry Potter. Exactly. What is the purple crowns? Click the description thing up at the top where it says community, and that'll explain it. Will you react to the new season of King of the Hill later this year? I don't know if I'll react to it, but I will definitely watch it. I don't know if I'm going to do it for the channel or not, but we'll see. Update for you, Omni. I finished Leon's story in Resident Evil 2 Remake, and now I'm halfway through Claire's B story, now at the orphanage. Making that progress, man. Let's go. Can you think back as to what you really thought of Heartstopper before you started watching it? Now you're in season 3. I mean, I just thought it was a teen kid drama. And I mean, that's typically, I mean, honestly, if it wasn't for the channel, would I have opted to watch it? Probably not. That's usually not my go-to thing. I like horror. I like sci-fi. I like superpowers. I like scary shit, you know, like, or action, anime, stuff like that. Like that's the stuff I go to. So like, it just, especially at the time when it first came up, when people were recommending it on the channel, I mean, I had not branched out outside of the main pop culture sphere, DC, Marvel, Star Wars, blah, blah, blah. So I was like, it doesn't really fit the channel at all. And a lot of times, hell, with half the movie reactions that I do, it's, would I have ever gone out and watched that of my own accord? Probably not. But I fucking love it. I really, really love it. It's really fucking good. It's a great show. But if I see something similar, I do not have the hunger to just start it. You know, because that's, again, I like it, but it's not like my thing. If that makes any sense. I don't know if that makes sense. Like, I can acknowledge things are really good. I can get engaged with things once I actually sit down and get into it, but it doesn't make that genre something I make it go to, if that makes sense. What do you think of the Harry, Ron, and Hermione castings? They are children who are in for a world of hurt with the way things are going to go once that all thing comes out. I mean, fine. I'm not familiar with any of them. I'm not watching the show, so it really means next to nothing to me. So, but I fear for their well-being and their mental health, for that matter. Apparently, the voice of Chopper is the telephone woman in the Suicide Squad, the woman with the big personality. Oh, okay. I know exactly the one you're talking about. Okay. Interesting. Still can't believe that Billy fucking Piper, who we all know as Rose, is now the Doctor. Does that make sense? How does that make sense? I've talked about this enough up until this point, but I don't think this is a real regeneration, but we will see. And I guess I technically just answered that question. Do you think Stranger Things universe is done this year, or could they get spinoffs? Well, I already talked about that. They've already talked about spinoffs. Whether or not they get picked up and made is a wholly different story. But yeah, I mean, spinoffs are already in the talks, so the universe is still going to be around, but the main story is going to be done. ACP, I already answered one of your questions earlier, so I don't know if you left and then came back, but what's up? Welcome back. Happy Pride Month, Atlas. Welcome. This Cat Grant, Tony Chopper VA is Michaela Hoover. That's appropriate. And she's gorgeous. I don't know why we threw in that's appropriate. What are we implying here? Kids growing up in Hollywood are surrounded by predators and recruitment into a lot of weird things with very little supervision. The stories have been there since Hollywood inception, so I empathize, though no excuse. For sure. Doctors, David, Capaldi, Shuti, Matt, Jody, Eccleston. Not bad. Love the Capaldi love. Very underrated doctor, I think, in the grand scheme of things. Find it freaking annoying when a series drops episodes on Christmas, New Year's. I'm busy with the family. The fact that every drop is a holiday. I mean, if you're in the US, every drop is a holiday. Because it's Thanksgiving, New Year's, and Christmas and New Year's. So yeah, my holidays are fucking shot covering this show, man. Hopefully I can get screeners and that can help a little bit with it all. Spinoffs, 1000% telling you, yes. Remember Chirrut didn't actually was healed and went to Earth to hang out with John Wick. Okay. Interesting little fan theory there. I like how every empathetic American person just reminds me of my dungeon master. I hope that's a good thing. Let's see. I can't believe that Chopper is in Superman as a human. Were you much of a Yu-Gi-Oh fan back in the day of the anime or the TCG? Both, actually. I had a vast majority of cards. I have a couple of statues even in my collection back there from the anime and just in general. Yeah, I used to play the shit out of Yu-Gi-Oh back in the day. Also, when the doctor crashed out at the time hotel person and said Ruby's memory was scrambled, I genuinely fucking hated him. It wasn't until he went into the TARDIS and talked to 13 that I forgave him. Yeah, he crashed out a lot, acting like in a way that like felt very it didn't feel like in character for him. There's a couple times where he was talking down to people in a way that I didn't feel like he normally would. It was really weird. There was a lot of weird stuff going on in that last episode too. What the hell did I miss on Doctor Who? Just go watch the new episode because it's a lot. Seeing this recent Spidey 4 news, I saw some stuff about maybe nothing real, nothing confirmed, nothing substantial, so I don't give a shit, to be honest. The 2-year wait sucks. I wish we'd gotten Last of Us spinoff that airs in between the main shows that they'll do with the Game of Thrones universe, having shows each year. I don't want that. I don't want that. That's oversaturation in my eyes. If it's not the continuation of the next story by the end, they should have just filmed them back to back and then released them a year apart. I don't need more in the world in the break, personally. Matt, David, Patrick Troughton. Oh, Patrick is one of my faves, man. I love Patrick's Doctor. Doctor 2, let's go. Happy Pride Month indeed. Watch the episode and you'll find out. Bye, Nora. See you in Intergalactic Heretic Prophecy. I thought the opening scene with Ellie wrestling the bigger dude was more about showing Ellie's personality, not understanding limits and wanting to take everything all at once. No, it's all about surviving. I mean, that was the point of the scene, was to show how when she's in these situations, there are situations she can't brute force, but she's also trying to learn how to do it all. Like, to fight these fights. Like, it's the purpose is survival. I don't think her personality was what that was meant to highlight at all. Other than the fact that she was a little cocky, but that's their fault for letting her believe that. Anyway, where's Amy? Not fucking tell you. Where's Amy? I love how this scene was. Best of season 2. Real hard, real dark. Wait, Omni, did you, Belinda, the 15th Doctor, had a kid together? I hadn't seen the episode yet. I mean, I didn't say that, but I've watched the episode, so you can see my reaction to it. Did you hear that Naughty Dog has a second game in development that's not The Last of Us? I actually just talked about that. Could it be The Last of Us Part 3? That would be the only thing I think that would be really smart for them to do right now. Is Peacemaker Season 2 reaction worthy? I mean, I'm going to react to it, but how the fuck would I know it's not out yet? But I mean, Season 1 was, so definitely I'm going to be reacting to Season 2. If we have any big game reveals next week at the Summer Games Fest, depending on what they are, will you react to them? Well, I'm out of the state next weekend, so whatever trailers come out, I don't know if I will have the willpower, if there's anything good, to not watch them while I'm away, though. I haven't seen your reactions of Peacemaker Season 1 yet. I will before Season 2 comes out, but what are your thoughts on Season 1? A lot of fun. Really enjoyed it. It honestly, it convinced me that John Cena, if handled properly, is actually a really good actor. He does some really, honestly impressive work in it. And I love the comedy. I love all the Easter eggs and the fun and the piss it takes out of the superhero stuff in like a fun way, in the DC way. It's very Harley Quinn-ish in that way, like with the Harley Quinn show. It's a lot of fun. I really dug it. The reactions to Mr. Robot were great. Elliot's character had so much to deal with. Excellent story, excellent filming. Yeah, okay. I'm giving a speech on Wednesday. Well, hell yeah, good luck. Good luck, good luck, good luck. Doctor Who spoilers. I don't understand what the Doctor did to get Poppy. And getting Poppy, but not his kid now, but then she's Belinda's. What? Why? I don't understand. So somebody explained to me that in Space Babies, reality had already been altered. So when they met Poppy in Space Babies, that was not Poppy's real timeline. So the fake Poppy was the one they met in Space Babies. So when the Doctor resynced the timeline, he put everything back in place. And because Belinda was always trying to get back to her daughter Poppy and her husband, whatever the fuck his name was. So I don't know. So that was the explanation I've had to what all's been going on. I don't know how accurate that is, but yeah. Close enough. That's as close as I've got right now. Darth Revi is one of my favorite looking characters. Yes, 100%. Have I played SWTOR? I've played too much of it and spent way too much money in it. I've got all of the Revan gear, every piece, and a lot of the really rare shit. I've put way too much time into that game. Yes, I've played it. Best part about it is maybe you can customize your own Star Wars character. Yeah, I enjoyed it a lot for the time. I like the core story. I never really liked a lot of the expansion storylines except for Shadows of Revan, but obviously for reasons. But I have a really strong opinion of the game because its existence ruined the plans that BioWare had for Revan, and they bitched out Revan, and what they did to his character was borderline assassination. So I like the game, but it did irreparable damage to what could have been for Revan's story. What are your thoughts on the soft reboot from the Jurassic World movies? I mean, bring it back to scary dinosaurs and adventure, and that seems to be what they're doing. We'll see if it's good, though. Next time you go live in 2 weeks, I'm officially be a university graduate. Well, hell yeah, man! Congrats. She was given mental and physical exhaustion as a reason for leaving Doctor Who. Make of that what you will. Interesting. Okay. There's definitely got to be more to it all. I loved X-Files. Smart man. Would you get behind an X-Files reboot? Well, one is coming from Ryan Coogler, so hopefully it's good. Would you want to be a vampire or a werewolf? If I had to pick between the two, probably a vampire. Yeah. Andor one for me too. What's the XP thing? Just click up the community thing up at the top of the chat, and hopefully that explains it to you. The Walking Dead Dead City can breathe now that The Last of Us is done, and it has 3 episodes left. And a show making it harder for me to decide. Show's my favorite Rogue One character, and now it was Shira, but now I'm not sure. It's Cassian all the way for me now, baby. Hey, Sarah, what's up? 1 year per season for Stranger Things, so not compared to the amount of aging. Oh yeah, for sure. Let's see. I see a crown. It says 75 XP. Do you think they'll do an Umbrella Academy in Stranger Things, meaning a time skip? If there is one, it's not going to be a big one. Because I don't know how you could like time skip from where we left Hawkins that much. Because that's kind of fucked where we left. Like, I feel like if you leave that, unless there's an explanation around it, I feel like if you leave that unattended for too long, the world ends. I don't know. Are we ever going to get the KOTOR remake coming out? Supposedly they're still working on it, so who knows? Let's see. Confession. I haven't seen Andor, even season 1, but that's only because I'm still finishing the other Star Wars shows. Bad Batch, Tales of the Jedi, Clone Wars, Tales of the Underworld. Definitely highly recommend it. 100% highly recommend it. Heard Millie Bobby Brown recently graduated high school, so I hope there's a time jump or it'll be a Carl the Walking Dead situation where he's clearly 18, but they were meant to think he was 12. Sack Russell T. Davies. I'm not going to that point. I don't think some of this stuff is within his control, at least with what happened with Shuti. I would have to imagine maybe not, but I don't know, man. I mean, either way, regardless of how things are handled, it's so much better than Chibnall, so I'm taking it for what it is. Is it perfect? No, but it's better than what we've had in the last couple of years. And behind the scenes, Shuti said he always planned to do this mini-series. RTD has always wanted to do a surprise regen. Well, it seems like those two goals clashed then. Also, Billy isn't credited as a doctor and they haven't said what's going on, which is what I said earlier as well. I haven't locked in on calling Millie Alcock by Zelda Fancast, but she's the first one I thought of. Like with the previous one that was mentioned, I kind of feel the same about her as well. Actual cannibal Shia LaBeouf? What? Anyway, not to mention Belinda leaving. I get it's because she becomes Poppy's mom after the reset, but I thought she was going to stay for a second season. I didn't. No, I thought she was fully committed to just being a one and done. I mean, you know, sure, she got pulled into the wonder of it all, but I definitely didn't think she was going to last beyond this season personally. And as I currently understand it, fuck, what was I saying? Oh yeah, as I currently understand it, she was always Poppy's mom in the original timeline. But what, I don't know, man. He's the main villain in CR's first campaign? Yes, he is. Chunky dogs are like if skinny dogs were chunky. I think Billy Piper is a very recent decision, as the regen energy covers Shuti's face, implying it was supposed to be left open-ended. That's also probably possible, so that they could just have put in anybody. That's a good point. They very well could have done that, especially in the way they shot it as well. At the TARDIS doors open and whatnot, because you can just green screen that, so you don't have to adhere to a set design either. And then the regeneration energy clouds the entire screen. So yeah, that is a good way to be like, okay, this is how we're ending it. Get out of the trash. What do you want in there? And you just don't meow at me like you're not doing nothing wrong. You want out? All right, go. All right. God. Anyway, yeah, that's a very, very good point. What is your favorite J.K. Simmons role and why? I mean, J. Jonah Jameson, because he's just perfect at it. He looks the part, he acts the part, beautiful. We have Teen Titans Go, and Teen Titans Where's the Teen? And then Titans Where's the Teen? Vecna should know the most powerful emotion is love. He should be targeting people who feel love. He doesn't believe that, though, even if he did witness. I mean, he doesn't know what she was harnessing. I don't think he truly knows that at all. I mean, but, like, at least from my memory, he doesn't know what allows Elle to push through all of that. But I don't know. It's counter to his entire philosophy to believe that too. So I don't know. I thought Jonah Howard King killed it in Doctor Who. Such a douche. I was kind of hoping his face would appear at the end during the regeneration. Something to do with Ruby's wish. Interesting. That would have been wild. I mean, it wouldn't have done anything for his character, but if the Doctor became Conrad, that would have been interesting. That could have played. I could have vibed with that. I was surprised that Ruby was able to finally get through all of his fakeness, though, and then still do something kind for even somebody like that. Because at the end of the day, yeah, he was doing this all for attention. He didn't believe any of it. Like, he truly did want to do good in what he believed it to be. It's just his parents fucked him up as a kid, and it just exacerbated into, and then he got rejected by Unit, and he rejected again, and he just turned all of that pain into bringing them down. So yeah, I get it. That would have been an interesting route if they had gone that way. Have I watched any Castlevania Nocturne or Castlevania? Just got into this. No, I have not yet. It is definitely something I would like to dive into at some point, though. I had the biggest crush on 7 and 9 from Voyager. 7 of 9 from Voyager. She rocked out the cat suits hard. Giggity. 7 of 9, I've watched First Contact's the only Star Trek I've watched that's not the J.J. Abrams movies. But I know 7 of 9 is a baddie, man. What's my favorite anime and why? Naruto, because I fucking love Naruto. I love just his philosophy. I love the action when it ramps up. I love the lore. I just love the world and the fights, the drive, and how unapologetically hopeful and optimistic the kid is, even when he's getting the fuck beat out of him. And not that he doesn't believe in it, or that doesn't have his doubts, but that he needs to believe in it. I don't know. Why isn't my number going up? I've been stuck at 75 for a while now. I have no idea. I don't know how this works, man. What's the difference between a cartoon and anime? Anime is specifically animation from Japan. I'd murder people to meet Ashley Johnson. Or you could just go to a convention like I did. She's a sweetie. Sweetie. Let's bet he says AOT. Well, you bet wrong. I do think Attack on Titan is the best written anime of all time that I've seen, but my favorite is still Naruto. I ain't gonna lie, when Joel and Ellie does something bad, I'm like, yeah, I see your point. Then Abby does something, I'm like, yeah, I don't like it. Don't do that. That's the contradictory nature of it all, man. They didn't even plan for Mrs. Flood to be the Ronnie. Did they not? I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't keep up with any of this shit. Kind of sad that we won't get a full season 4 of Heartstopper, but glad we're getting a conclusion, though. Yeah, because I hear now, like, because the movie is going to adapt Volume 6, and each season is adapted one of the volumes. So we're not going to get an adaptation of Volume 4 and 5. Is that right? So I don't know how big of a hit that is, but I am glad that they're at least not canceling it. Twilight. Can't wait for Gen V. September can't come fast enough. Gen V looks solid. Anybody else watching Torchwood right now? Definitely not. Definitely not me. Still on season 1 of Attack on Titan, but I'm about to start it back up before I start throwing shade. Michael! Took me 2 years before I got through the first season of The Walking Dead. It's about timing and mood. So true. So true. If you want sparkly vampires that are actually badass, watch Castlevania. Shout out to my boy Alucard. Yeah, I've heard great things about the anime, so I really do want to get into it at some point. Let's see. Yeah, it's like a cute clip with the cast and the character. Okay. Cool. I'm at season 2 already and loving it. Hell yeah. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I'm glad you are. I've watched it like all the way through, maybe twice, maybe 3 times, and I could never really vibe with it. I watched it to be a completionist, and I watched it again to try to make sure I understood it, and then I watched it again. I never really liked Torchwood, man. I could just never really dug it. Let's see. We got another super chat in here, and I'm so behind on messages again. I have a hard stop for sure tonight. So if I can't get to everybody, I apologize, but I cannot go past 8, so this is not going to be another one like last weekend or the previous one. Thank you, Tiki. Naruto or Naruto Shippuden? Do you view them as 2 halves to 1 whole? I do. As much as they are billed as two separate shows. I see them as one story. If you made me pick one over the other, I'm definitely going to pick Shippuden. So, but I don't know. I don't know why it exists in that way, but it like I said, if I had to pick one over the other, Shippuden. But I feel I always consider them one thing to me. Let's see. Now the goal is to figure out where the fuck I left off. So yeah, I'm going to speed through some stuff. So if it's not actually a question to me, I'm moving on, or something I want to engage with. So if I skip over your thing, don't take it personally. There we go. Let's see. Donna Troy was cute. Diana Troy was cute too in Generations. I'm not familiar with that one. It's one, never seen it. There will be a Heartstopper movie instead of a full series. What? Yep, that is the news currently. There is not a season 4, but there will be a movie to bring the show to an end. I've seen Twilight unintentionally at the waiting room at the hospital. I've seen it all in theaters. Not all by choice. My choice, at least. The Rooster Teeth watched RVB, Nomad from Nowhere, and Genlock. Are you going to watch Mighty 9 free of vote? Yeah, 100%. No one's going to have to vote for that. I'm definitely going to do that. Yeah, 100%. Critical Role, no vote needed. I'm watching it. I mean, nobody voted for Vox Machina. I watched that. How old am I? 37. I am 37. Just hope the DCU Ollie isn't as old as DCU Hal. Same. I think she's an offshoot from the Doctor, like the Valeyard or the Dream Lord. It's also possible. The Doctor's Daughter episode, he tells Donna, I've been a father before. I lost that a long time ago. Something like that. I think in The Beast Below, Matt tells Amy he's been a father. It's come up a lot, man. He's a pyromaniac and he chooses ice. Well, fire wasn't one of the choices. The other option was hell bender, because they specifically excluded fire. Now, I don't want to control hell, so I'll go with freeze and shit, because that's also works out for me. I can keep my drinks cold. And if somebody pisses me off, I can just freeze them in their tracks. I mean, I used to be a Sub-Zero nerd back in the day, but then I evolved. 50 Doctor literally said dad to John in boob. It's not even just from previous areas. Right, you're right. What the fuck, dude? Oh my god. Anyway, I'm so frustrated with this shit, man. The Darker Sides. I'm such a huge fan of the Disney show Loki, but something I have a question about is how Sylvie used magic on Brad in season 2, even though magic doesn't work at the TVA. I thought they dropped the magic barrier or something like that. I thought there was like I thought they gave a reason for it, but it's been a while and I don't remember. New Harry Potter was officially cast. I'm excited. I hope there's security on set to protect the actors from being attacked. I don't think security on the set is what anybody's concerned about. I think just their mere existence in social media is going to be an issue. The mental toll, anything they will read or hear about the show and themselves is the main concern. I don't think anybody's worried about people breaking onto the set and hurting them, but you never know these days, man. Again, I have no intentions of watching it, so to each their own. She enchants him and then prunes Madam President. I kind of want a Green Arrow to use the "you have failed the city" one-liner, joke, or a take it. I don't think that's an actual comic thing, but I do love it, so there is that. He has apparently been living in an alternate reality this entire time. I'm sorry, what? That's the explanation I got by the end of it. That when we sync up at the end of this, with Poppy and her and all this kind of stuff, that's true. That's the real version of these events. She's a human, and she's just Belinda's daughter. that this all started, I think then, if I remember right, with the time schism that she got when the robots kidnapped her and she went into, I don't know. I saw an explanation. It made sense to me. I just can't repeat it very well. Did you see the rumor that Bryan Cranston might be MCU's Professor X? Somebody mentioned it earlier. Hey, rumor's rumor. Sure, if they went with him, he's a great actor. He could definitely do it. Wouldn't be my first pick, but I'm not going to take any rumor with any kind of, with anything more than just a, okay. Dr. Doom beats Apocalypse. If we're talking about Secret Wars, God King Doom, that version of Doom absolutely destroyed Thanos. See, I don't know things that detailed, but that's kind of what I was thinking. Something similar to that. But also, Doom's just cooler in my opinion. Ain't the chairs say Patrick Stewart are the two Professor X's? Chairs don't lie, do they? Doesn't mean it's the continuation or the MCU version. It's going to be an alternate reality version because we are in the multiverse. You think Stranger Things is going to bring the Thessal Hydra? I have been waiting for the Thessal Hydra to come back into play. Or into play at all. So maybe. I'm excited for Captain America 1942. It looks interesting, so quite possibly. Plastic Man is a perv. If you know, you know. Happy Gilmore 2 looks like it's going to be a lot of fun. Can't wait. Same. I agree. Never mind. It went up. I wonder if Stranger Things and Cobra Kai is going to do spin-offs. They keep changing their answer every other month so far. And I wish they wouldn't tear down the locations. I really want to go. Yeah, I do hope that we do get a little bit more of each of them. I'm worried about the Cobra Kai stuff merely because of what Sony is trying to do with Legends, but we'll have to see, man. Did I hear about the cancellation for that Black Panther game? It kind of sucks because it looked cool. So upset about the Wonder Woman game. Yeah, I saw some stuff for it. It looks really cool. It looked really cool, but yeah, another lost game we're not going to get. Same with the Wonder Woman one, and God knows what else at this point, man. See the locations, meaning for Stranger Things. I got what you meant. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty typical. A lot of places don't keep their locations up for that kind of thing because they're places that are lent out and used and whatnot for other shit. So I get it though. What's up, 10K? Sorry for being late. No apologies necessary. The Ronnie said that they are sterile because of the master thing, the genetic explosion. I think she's not saying that they always were sterile. Yes, but again, Shuti in this season said he hasn't had a child yet. Or he's not a father yet. Or he told Ruby that. I don't remember. Because he said he was a dad. He's been a dad, but he's not a dad yet. Time shit, man. It's fucking confusing. Say what you will about the Netflix Devil May Cry show. That goddamn soundtrack was amazing. Agreed. I enjoyed the show. I enjoyed it for what it was. Could the military are going to encounter strange things? Haha, laugh track. Either way, I still think we're going to see the Camp Hero Air Force Base where the MK Ultra actually happened. That's cool. Nice little trip there to make. I even had the con, which is given to be Melody. We talk about that. That's not right. Can you imagine Godzilla versus Thessal Hydra? Godzilla would probably win that, I would imagine. Are Gallifreyans like Kryptonian in Man of Steel? There's no natural births. I mean, with the new information that we have, I guess. Let's make 5 Stranger Things spinoffs and bring them all together in a movie and make a trilogy about the more $1 billion. So Billy Popped her as a new doctor. I'm still thinking she's not. This is the first time something like this has happened. Remember Peter Capaldi. I specifically mentioned Peter Capaldi in my reaction. So yes, I do remember, but there's something different about this. And I think it has to do because the vortex is involved. And they didn't credit her as the doctor. So something's up. Look at the way they dropped the full Stranger Things trailer 53 minutes ago. What? Or are you just trying to distract me? You were distracting me. There is nothing here. How dare you? All this theorizing is burning a hole into my brain. Fair enough. Is my hair dyed? No. Love your reaction to that Fitz reveal at the end of last episode. You're definitely in for a treat with this next episode. Oh, I am. Like I mentioned earlier in the stream, I've watched up until episode 10 so far. So yeah, a lot of fun stuff to eventually make it to the channel. I love Gilmon's night form. Same. I love me some Gilmon, man. By the way, Ashley Johnson is perfect as the voice of Gwen Tennyson. See, I never, when I watched Ben, I never really paid attention to that sort of thing, so I didn't know that was her for the longest time. Whenever you read a message, don't know how to reply, nothing to reply, or skip it, always makes me laugh because, by the way, there's this silence for a second after reading it. True. Yeah. It's hard to avoid that, though. Did I ever watch the show Krypton back in the day on the CW? I didn't think it was on, it wasn't on CW, it was on Sci-Fi. I mean, maybe it was in another country, but it was a Sci-Fi channel show here. About Superman's grandfather? No, I've never actually seen it, though. Wait, Omni, Demon Slayer is best known for, I already answered that one. Minecraft movie is enjoyable because of how bad it is. Don't take it seriously and you'll enjoy it. That's so much time I'd lose watching it, though. I've seen that they butchered the meaning behind the Lilo and Stitch live action movie. Yeah, nothing I've heard has made me want to see that movie, and now I'm probably just not going to see it. Because I love the original way too much. Way too much. Sucks hearing you not liking the designs, though. It happens, man. I can't like everything. But I do want to watch it, though. Because that can change if I get used to it. But I'm just like, in passing, I'm just like, I don't like the character designs. But that's just me. I didn't like the character designs of Murder Drones, but I still made it to the end and really enjoyed myself on that. Can't wait for Black Phone 2 and Godzilla vs. Kong, the new one coming out. Same on both those fronts. Ever heard of the show The Pit? The acting on that show is amazing. I've heard of it. I have no idea what it's about. How's my week been? Busy. Just working. Editing, recording, all that jazz. Nothing out of the ordinary to report on. 25 years right for Ash Ketchum. Pretty much, yeah. To finally win in the end. Not gonna watch Lilo and Stitch live action. I like the original. Won't let that anyone touch me. Minecraft is at least watchable, unlike that movie that came out before it. You know what I'm talking about. It's weird. Honestly, I don't know what one you're talking about, to be honest. I just realized that 2026 is super packed with all the anime and movies and TV shows and games. I feel like we keep saying that every year, but who knows? Maybe it's more true in 2026. I can't remember what all is actually coming out in 2026. Bruce isn't going to remember Peter anyways. That is also very true. He will remember Spider-Man, but not Peter Parker. It's like the guy whose ice cream always falls slipping away from never to come back in contact. Lilo and Stitch movie isn't doing it for me. It was awesome. Easily one of the best medical dramas to come out in recent years. Let's see, probably as the Hulk. Thessal Hydra is the only one they haven't showed in Stranger Things yet. True, it's the only D&D creature they've mentioned that we have not encountered yet. Disney needs a clean slate and stop pushing politics. We want good shows, movies, and not politics. I could rant all day about the piss mouse how they blame toxic fans, but in reality, it's them. There are times where it's definitely toxic fans. And it depends on what you mean by politics. Because there are certain things that they do that some people say, oh, you're pushing your politics, which is just like general human experience. So that is a very, depending on your meaning of that, I may defer heavily on that opinion. But story and characters, no matter what, need to come first in every front. But yeah, we're woke here, so if that's your problem, we might have a problem. So, just saying, because it is like pure sheer force of ignorance to want to be the opposite of. Where there are where are these season 4 updates for Vox Machina? Is animation taking a while for them too? The last update I got was when I talked to Travis, and he said we would be getting it soon. The season will be out soon, so I'd imagine that we'll probably have it, because Mighty 9, he also said it is early 2026. which I can't imagine we'll have Mighty Nine Season 1 before Vox Machina Season 4, which also makes me think Season 4 will be the final season of Vox Machina, which also makes sense with where things are at in the story, I think, with my understanding of things, but I don't know. I'm not really sure, but both are coming soon. I just can't tell you when. Exactly. Ellie's more neglectful of Shimmer in the show because she didn't even think to ask about the horse to Jesse. That is so true. So true. That is also very true. If art has nothing to say, there is no point in making it. Very true. It was Donna's fault. Was it Donna's fault? I don't remember. I feel like the Mavity thing is going to be a constant thing for now. Quite possibly. Super excited for June, as my most anticipated show is the adaptation of my favorite web novel of all time, Lord of the Mysteries. Never heard of it. I believe that deserves the title, peak fiction, and trailers. First time I've ever heard of it. Hope it works out for you. Hope you enjoy it. Looks absolutely stunning and might outclass Arcane in visual terms. Now that's a bold claim. We will. Who knows? Maybe I'll have to look into it. Who would you want to see the Hulk's front fade son in Doomsday or Secret Wars? What? Want to see? Who would want to see him in? I mean, I'd be fine not seeing him in any of that, but I mean, I want to know the story. I just don't need it injected into that. I want that time spent on making sure that those storylines pay off. Great stream as always, Omni. Have a great week. You as well, Christina. Thanks for stopping in. My town is its own Michael Myers. It seems got a warning on my phone to stay inside. Luckily, a few days ago, the criminal was caught. That's scary. Glad everybody's okay. I think they were caught at least. It's an endless loop. As Kratos said to Atreus, we must be better. Exactly. Let's see. Yeah, the Acolyte wasn't bad for agenda. The Acolyte was bad because the writing was bad. But it didn't push anything over top of anything. Nothing that wasn't already there. Yeah, I didn't like the Acolyte, but it was not because of the politics. FYI, I was wrong about the Stranger Things trailers. My eyes read the title wrong. Gotta go, so have a good week. You as well. I think the reason why Rose has returned in this new timeline that the Doctor is in is that the Rose was banished to. Why would that manifest in the Doctor? Because that's not Rose. That's the Doctor's body. So, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Maybe. There's no green light for a new season yet, so maybe we won't see. Only Phase 4 character I want to stay is Mommy She-Hulk. I do hope we get some more She-Hulk down the line. I really do. I want to see more of her. Sleepy blinking. How? What? It's very strange to see you on a Sunday. I apologize, but I had some recording stuff to do yesterday for Last of Us roundtable talk with a bunch of reactors, and I was not going to miss that. Not really versed on classic Doctor Who, so it's probably already been explained, but could he just be a stepdad? I mean, maybe? But that still begs the question then, how does she exist based on the current new information that we got? I don't know. I don't know anymore. I don't know. I just want to give up making any of it make sense at this point. I like to see more of Shang-Chi and his crew. That's the person I want to see the most so far. Like, if you made a list, he's the one I'm the most excited to see back in something in the future. T-Rex versus Indominus Rex in a 1-to-1 fight. The T-Rex obviously was failing in beating this thing, which makes sense. But out of what I personally like, I mean, you can't beat the classicness of the T-Rex. I also think the Rose somehow willed herself into this regeneration as if she's working a long time to make this. Something about her reaction gave me those vibes. Huh. I mean, that's interesting. That's possible. The only Zelda game I have is Hyrule Warriors. That's good. It's a good game. It's enjoyable. A little repetitive, but I had a lot of fun playing it. Abby could have not killed Joel and just grieved like normal people. Well, you could say that, but we're also in a post-apocalyptic world where not just your dad died, but all these other people you knew and grew up with, and plus humanity also being doomed at the same time. I get wanting justice. And in a world like that, where, yeah, I get it. I get it. I get it. I get it. But, you know, that would eliminate the story too, by the way. The best is if done right. Arcane is a good example of that. Arcane did a really good job handling fucking damn near everything. But yeah. Let's see. Then Jessie would still be alive, and so would her friends. That's the point. That's the point, that this decision cost things. It's not supposed to be the right choice. That's the message. That's the point of the story. Anyway. Will is screaming run in Stranger Things because Bully Maguire is coming for him. Wouldn't that be the thing? Anybody remember Sega Saturn? I do. I'm sorry for being a stupid person. Just take things a little seriously. I'm an hour behind on chat and I can't read nonsense. And I'm sorry. Let's see. I made a funny comment to my dad when watching that Ellie could have waited until the weather was better to continue her revenge mission. Well, that would have ran more of a risk that they would have not been there anymore. And to be fair, had she waited, they would have not been there anymore. They would have already moved on to the next checkpoint. So it was really then or, I mean, she already missed Abby. So there's that. Pressure class, there's struggles, hindsight, it could be easily done wrong, but Arcane did it right. It's not a message, it's just reflecting reality. And that's how I felt about the Acolyte. It's just, it reflected reality. It didn't push anything. Anything that could even be vaguely considered political or a message was barely involved. Like, and or even just a background thing. Like, you have to like look at the Acolyte and find that. You could say it's the sisterhood, but I mean, we've seen it with the Night Sisters. It's no different. I don't get it. I really don't get it. And the lore wise, everything in the show is perfectly fine. It didn't disrupt the lore at all. But I don't think it was written well. Or again, I've talked about, I didn't like the lead. I wasn't interested in her story as it pertained to her. And the structure of the show was terrible. Listen, I don't like certain aspects of the show for sure, but when that's the argument being made, then I get a little defensive over it because I don't think that was the show's problem. I think that is a problem with the audience in that way. But hey, that's me. Because I do think there are toxic fans that definitely value their worldview over anybody else's. Rejecting reality. Not saying that's you. I'm generalizing right now because that's most of where that comes from. But I'm not specifically calling you out on that. I'm not saying that's you or anything of the sort, but like just making an observation as the Star Wars fandom as a whole. Doctor Who do you think is the boss that Anita mentioned is? I have no idea, because even the Meep mentioned it at one point, which somebody pointed out as well. I have no fucking clue. Honestly, one part I didn't like in the finale was that they replayed Ellie killing Nora in case the viewer forgot what happened, even though it was in the previous episode. Dude, why? And on top of that, how every episode they're like, Joel did bad thing. This is why we're here. This is what they're doing. This is what Abby did. I'm good person. Good person, Joel bad. Like, it was just like the dialogue so too frequently felt like it was reminding the viewer what was happening, why we were here, every episode. Why? When they died, a part of me. Imagine playing a movie or TV roulette where you place characters from any franchise on a different show. Example, Jesse for Breaking Bad and The Office. Who would your characters be and why and what shows? Mulder and Stranger Things. I just want Mulder and Stranger Things. I want Mulder and Scully and Stranger Things. The boss reference by Anita was also mentioned by the Meep and the Rogue. I forgot about the Rogue one. Forgot about the Rogue. Either way, not against shows being political. My problem is when it sacrifices lore and faithfulness to the source to do so. I think that's fair. No. Yeah, I think that's fair when that happens. And it does happen. I don't think it happened with the Acolyte, but it does happen. And it happens a lot with Disney. For sure. Let's see. Another example of it being done right is by one of the most decorated directors working today, Joon-ho, in Parasite. I still need to see Parasite or his other film, Snowpiercer. I didn't know he did Snowpiercer. I still haven't seen that either. Kitty, like I said, at the end of the day, people want to have a good time watching, not a lecture. I think there's a balance. I think you could have both. Because again, I think it needs to say something. But when people know they're being preached to, yeah, there's a knee-jerk reaction to want to not listen. So there's a line, and sometimes the message, like, I think it does need to be clear and just straight in your face. It's just all comes on to execution at the end of the day, right? Do your cats give you much grief? Omni, my cats have taken to trying to escape my house. I've given them outside privileges as long as someone watches them at all times. Cookie's the only one I let outside because she was an outside cat. Like, she was a neighborhood stray, so that's all she's really known. So she goes out there, she comes in. She's in here most of the time anyway. Everybody else, fuck no. Coco escaped the one time, but I got her back. But she was also a stray for a long time too, but yeah. Jumba comes and goes, Cookie comes and goes, everybody else is inside only, and they are hyper little fucks. And when you have 3 cats minimum running around the house and then jumping on your bed while you're trying to sleep, it can be a little rough. Hope that Twisted Metal Season 2 will be peak. I'm excited. I'm looking forward to it. Can't wait to see what they do now that we're actually getting into the tournament. Is Walking Dead worth a watch? The first 5 seasons are really fucking good. I think the story should have ended at the season 8 finale. So that's me. Obviously they continued well beyond that. And then we have the spinoff to conclude certain things with main characters. But I don't know. It's a huge time sink. But after, I'd say, season 5 or 6, somewhere in there, it definitely falls off. Wayne is a brutal, darkly funny road trip. Teen outlaw fights for justice, love, and his dad's stolen cars, like a low-key punk Spider-Man with no powers, and emo girlfriend with the Jersey accent. I'd have to look, but I'll be honest. That description, I mean, it doesn't personally appeal to me, just reading it. But who knows? But I cannot make you any promises that I'm going to look at it or even react to it. But I'm not going to say no, but chances are pretty slim, especially with my schedule the way it is. Your reaction to the electricity ban in The Walking Dead City is my exact reaction. Makes sense. You got to watch Agent Carter, Peak TV. I'll be watching that on Patreon soon. So I'll be coming to Patreon first, and then eventually it'll be on YouTube at some point. I respect Omni's dedication to Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. I think I dropped it after season 4. Season 4 was an amazing season. Season 5 so far, I'm 10 episodes in, really fucking good. Really goddamn good. I think it's been one of the most consistent superhero comic book shows I've seen. Like, if we're talking about quality, it doesn't really dip to me. Like, it's pretty been, like I said, consistent. Which even for like the shows that I love, like Arrow and The Flash and stuff like that, they have some really low lows. And I've never really felt that with Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. I mean, there's been like one episode where I was like, and that was it. And that was back in season 1 or 2? I don't know. I haven't seen the latest season of Doctor Who yet. Well, we've been talking a lot about it. Also, there's a zombie bear in The Walking Dead Dead City and zombies fighting zombies. Also, Kim Coates from Sons of Anarchy is a villain in the new season. Never watched Sons of Anarchy, so I don't know who that is. Fear Street Prom Queen is an 80s campy good time. I never edited something so violent and gory, though. Learning experience. Yeah, make sure to censor your gore. Make sure to censor your gore. You also got to watch Sex Education if you haven't. I have not. Heard good things about it. Gillian Anderson is in it. Main reason I want to watch it, but I just have not ever made the time. So we will wait and see. Who knows? Maybe it'll win the poll. It's on there. I'm pretty sure it's on my list. What's one thing in our capitalist society that you think should never have been monetized? Dance, medicine, housing, medicine. I get why it is, but it literally is necessary for people to live. And how monetized it is disgusting. Like the cost, like how much some of these things cost versus how much we pay for a lot of these things is evil. Paying something I could get. Paying like 500% what it takes to make the thing is evil. It's just fucked up. Let's see. Twister's reaction, man, I hope not building up this too much and you will end up not enjoying it. I'm sure I'll have a good time. At the very least, I'll have a good time. I'm sure. I'm not really all that concerned with it not landing in that vein. I mean, people talked really highly of it, so I'd be really surprised if I didn't end up enjoying it, but it all comes down to when I'll be able to and time and all of that shit. Sinners, though, I do want to watch that as quick as I can when it comes out. I want to jump on that because the things I've heard about it, like I really want to see what all the fuss is about. Let's see. When does Wednesday season 2 premiere? I can't remember. This fall, I think. I saw the Hermione actress audition tape, and she was definitely book Hermione to a T, the snarkiness and sassy side. Back, I just had to sort out some stuff, and welcome back. Sorry, every time the name Chopper comes up, I don't think of One Piece, I think of Chopper the droid. Understandable. That's a fair mix-up to have. Need to know how Omni's secret to being able to watch multiple shows at the same time. I don't get a lot of sleep. I'm running on 4 hours at the moment. That's what I'm doing right now. I gave the pitch a try. You get locked in minutes. That's the important thing than anything else. I don't have a comparison for Wayne. Maybe a whole show based on the Bleach's Ichigo episode 1 versus Thugs. Yeah, I don't know. It's still not working for me right now. I wish Disney would start making live action movies. That's not a remake from the previous good gems that we have. Yes, please stop ruining these fucking classics. P. Diddy stuff. Celebs need to be put in prison. So with the Epstein, you guys can't even notice they arrested her. No one else. So did the traffic is and no one. Hey, anybody that is involved in any of that shit, yeah, 100%, 1000%. I haven't been keeping up with the trials and all that stuff, but yeah, for real. I think that's something people should unanimously agree on. Simply put, is a person with character at any cost. He'll fight anyone to do the right by what is right. Okay. Still wish that we had a new story and not a remake of Harry Potter. We'll see how it goes. I'm kind of excited, not like I was for the movie or Hogwarts Legacy. Yeah, something new would have been better. Right? I still feel like it's, I don't know. I think a new setting, time, or whatever would have been the smarter move if they were going to make a move. I need to get into the Invincible TV series. I have the comic compendiums and kind of looking forward to seeing any differences. Oh, there's going to be quite a few coming up as they're doing things that they cut out of the comic here soon from what I've heard. But for it's been pretty close. At least the Doctor didn't regenerate in the TARDIS for once, wrecking the place. That's true. Let's see. Here, another example of pushing agenda over source material. I think they're just making a cash grab and they're casting whoever the fuck they want. Even though the people that they cast, like I've talked about before, complicates the story at hand. So we'll see. Well, I mean, I won't. I'll read about it. I'm not going to watch it. Walking Dead is the most oversaturated next to Marvel. I agree with that. Survival of the fittest in a zombie apocalypse. Is it weird to me that as a Brit to watch The Last of Us, because the only thing I've seen Bella in as a children's show I watched as a child where she played a witch. Oh yeah, I've seen Bella talk about that. Let's see. The big rule for Big Francis should be if it ain't broke, don't fix it or reboot it. Yeah, just continue it on, expand it, especially for good stuff. Reboot bad stuff. Movies that didn't work, didn't find their audiences and stuff like that. I'm actually not as big into the Game of Thrones universe as much as I was after House of the Dragon Season 2. Made a lot of unnecessary changes from the book. That's fair. That's fair. Do I still have Tiberius in Campaign 1? No, he's been gone for, I think, 4 sessions now from where I'm at. Anyway, it's 11 p.m. I should probably have a GCSE tomorrow. Now sleep after seeing this message. Night in advance, everybody. Take it easy, Jen. Good luck tomorrow. I'm definitely getting Marvel's Wolverine when it comes out. Yeah, we haven't seen anything new for that either in a hot minute. Let's see. Thank you, Omni. Not sure if it's been mentioned in chat, but the guy who called Happy a jackass in the trailer is none other than Eminem. Oh, I didn't notice. Also, even in Omni, hope you're okay. I finished my last day in day 4. I'm very tired. May or not be around at the same time you get to my chat. Might be asleep, watching a film or show. Want to hop in and say, hey, just noticed YouTube chat has an XP thing now? I'm very confused. All of us are. All of us have been very confused today, logging in and seeing all of that. We are in the age of reboots, which is disappointing. Pretty much. I wish I could get into D&D. I still might once I find friends who are into that type of stuff. A lot of friends don't like fantasy. That's the hard thing, is finding a group. There are ways to go about it, but for me, it's so much easier to know the people. And even that's hard to do. But once you get into it and you have a group and you're going, was so good. It's one of my favorite things in the world. Hope we get a canon Star Wars KOTOR game trilogy with a new story one day. Well, hopefully the remake is canonized. Because I mean, they keep bringing in more KOTOR stuff, but we still don't know to what extent Revan's story is canon in the current timeline. We know it is. We know he exists, but we just don't know the deets. All right, I missed the early 2000s when you had a Star Wars prequels, Lord of the Rings trilogy in theaters, and that was a good time. Always try my best to make it your lives. Sometimes I can't, but most of the time I will make it. I appreciate that. I appreciate you coming in and making the effort, but again, take care of yourselves first. From Gas Sheldor, I know this is very late, but tough to catch up with the comments whilst typing. Umbrella Academy? I think somebody referenced Umbrella Academy as in doing a time skip like they did at one point. I would be a hybrid. That wasn't even one of the choices. That's cheating. Gotta say I love Hunter and Gus's friendship. By the way, the next episode of Owl House hits all the feels. As they all have up until this point. Master of Stranger Things does a 10-year time skip, and it's 1997, my birth year. That's in Resident Evil. I don't know what that was about. That would be a huge jump, and there's no way they'd do that. I'm sure they confirmed that there's going to be an 18-month time jump to explain the actors looking older. Okay, I need to understand how that breach, how the Upside Down hasn't killed everybody then. Unless it's the military and their outpost containing everything, I guess, maybe. I have one question since it's Pride Month. What's your top 5 LGBTQ characters? I think my number 1 would probably be... Oh, damn. God. That is expanded in like immensely right now. So, Fizzerali... I gotta try not to just pick Helliverse characters. So I'm gonna try not to, but I'm gonna go with Fizzerali. I'm gonna go with Fizzerali, Nick from Heartstopper, Dreamer from Supergirl, Ellie, Game Ellie. I'm gonna specify Game Ellie from The Last of Us. Let's see. Willow from Buffy. Yeah. There you go. There's your 5. You seem to love X-Files a lot, surprisingly. I haven't watched it. What's the premise? I might have to put it on the watch list. Also, is that your favorite show of all time? Mine is Netflix's Dark. If you haven't seen my reaction to Netflix's Dark, I highly recommend it. That was an insane show to react to. One of the most fun I've had reacting to a show. But yeah, X-Files is my absolute favorite show of all time. And a buddy of mine pitched Dark to me. He's like, hey, if you like it, all he said is like, listen, I can't tell you anything because if I do, it spoils the show. But if you love X-Files, watch it. And then I eventually did and fell in love with it. Because the show is like one massively long X-Files episode, innately, except it gets so much more complicated than that and complex. But the X-Files is basically, at its core, it's about 2 FBI agents, one who believes in aliens, one who believes in science and nothing else, things that we can see and prove, and about their quest for the truth of the world. They get supernatural cases. He tries to understand it with an open mind. She's trying to prove it with science. Blah, blah, blah. They're government conspiracies. We deal with gods, demons, monsters, serial killers, the whole gamut all throughout. But at its core, the core story focuses around the government's secrecy around aliens because stuff. But it's so good. It's so good. Resident Evil, Ada Wong. She's my video game crush. My video game crush, Tifa, man. Tifa, they added that sit-up game and Rebirth. Anyway, Tifa. If we're talking Resident Evil, Jill's my gal, man. Jill, all day, every day. In Cobra Kai, do you wish Amanda would have done more confronting and helping defend Daniel and Samantha, Tori, Anthony? I wish you would have. I mean, I would always be for more Amanda. I really loved her as a character, for sure. If you don't want cats and trash, don't have cool trash. I mean, it's popcorn and Dr. Pepper cans. I think that's the only thing in my trash can right now. So I really don't know what she was getting at. Maybe the popcorn? I don't know. Let the kitty be a trash pan if she wishes. Also, I'm pleasantly surprised by Jodie Whittaker's cameo appearance in Doctor Who. Yes. God, that made me so happy because I wanted so much for her as well. Because they both just got, I mean, I don't know whatever was going on behind the scenes or whatever with Shooty's stuff, but I'm glad that they got to be there for each other and give themselves some self-love, well-deserved love before the end. And that was a great moment. I actually like TV Abby more than Game Abby, the game Ellie over TV Ellie, which is ironic. I haven't seen enough of TV Abby to make that kind of distinction yet. The chaos of Kitty, man. I know the feeling with one my own. Well, you have 1. I have 8. 9? 9. 9. Thank God my cat doesn't go through the trash. He wants in and out all the time. I didn't realize there was literally a different timeline happening in Doctor Who. I need to rewatch this damn episode. I think I need to rewatch the whole fucking season at this point with that in mind. I never even considered Bone Palace, especially Conrad's room being the TARDIS. Same. Ashley is a silly goose. She is the silliest goose. What? Go watch Castlevania Nocturne Omni. Totally not being biased Castlevania fanboy over here. I've never played the games, so I was hoping that the show would be a good gateway into that universe. Because I don't like Metroidvanias. I do not like that style of game. So I've never been able to dive into it. But yeah, I don't know. I'm excited about it. I want to get into it eventually because I know that studio does really good fights and shit like that too. I've seen them do other stuff, but I haven't seen their Castlevania stuff, so I do want to get into it. Yeah, I heard Shutigatwa, totally butchered the name, wanted the Ronnie to come back as a villain. I did remember that being a thing, but I didn't know if that actually was an impact on it. Do you think there's a possibility the 11th sister could come back in Stranger Things? Maybe, but I don't know. Maybe they will, but I wouldn't be shocked if they let that storyline drift away. Watched every episode of Naruto film from start through Shippuden. About 100 episodes of Boruto 2 got walled by lack of episodes. With Boruto, because none of it for like dozens of episodes was canon, I watched it way later, but I've been reading it. So I read Boruto. I've watched all of Naruto. I've watched all of Shippuden. I've seen all the films and stuff like that. But with Boruto, I was like, I'm just gonna read it. I'm not as interested, but I've just been reading it. Because I love Castlevania. My favorite character is Hector. Don't know that one. Don't know that character. Do you, like me, wish they would have had vampires or Godzilla type creatures in Stranger Things? No. I don't think that fits with what's going on with the show, personally. Vampires more closely. I mean, Vecna's a soul vampire, technically. I can sign off on Castlevania too. It's good. What's your favorite type of food? Italian, American, Chinese? I dare say pizza, but I would dare not call that Italian. Like ordering a pizza from like, I don't even know. Like my mood flips too. So like I'll get a Husson's, I'll get a Geno's, sometimes I'll get a Pizza Hut or a Domino's or whatever. But I don't know. But I just fucking love pizza, man. I love pepperoni pizza. And the basic, because that's all I want on it. It's pepperoni and cheese. That's it. I don't like anything else on there. But yeah, next in line, and it's not all Japanese or whatever, but I do love, I will consume me some hibachi style chicken, salmon, filet mignon, and some rice and just dig in. Yeah. It saddens me that you couldn't get into or understand. Don't you dare put this on. Oh, maybe you didn't understand it. No, I just didn't like it at all. I respect that as how you feel, by the way. It's just sad as I feel it was an excellent spinoff that expanded on Doctor Who lore to a point, obviously. Maybe again, I just need to try it. Well, maybe I just need to try it one more time. Now I'm a little older again. I've watched it multiple times at different points in my life, and I've just not been able to connect with it. The tangents are honestly what makes these streams for me. Well, hell yeah, man. Well, it's also what makes these runtimes go the fuck up. I mean, what actor or actress would you want to play the Doctor in the future? My picks are Daniel, Harry Potter himself, Karen Gillan as the Doctor this time. Interesting. I really like, and it's not an unpopular pick, but I love Benedict Cumberbatch as the Doctor. Eddie Redmayne would also be really good, I think, as the Doctor. Who else was there's another one that I was thinking of that I was like, oh, I'd really like to be the Doctor. Shit, I know there's somebody else I was thinking of, but I'm drawing a blank at the moment. Tom Hiddleston, I think would do a really good job. Alice Osman was finishing the script for the movie, and at the same time, she's still drawing book 6. They're 2 different storylines. Well, that's unfortunate. A bit random, but have you seen Fleabag and Life on Mars? I have not. I've not seen either of those. I know Fleabag is on my poll, so it could win. I may see it soon. Who knows? But we'll just have to see what the Patreons choose. Both have 2 seasons. Both are contenders for greatest shows ever made. I must watch, in my opinion, especially Fleabag. My main D&D PC is based heavily on Alucard. My favorite D&D race, technically lineage, is a Dampier due to Castlevania. Not bad, not bad. I always find myself leaning into half elves most of the time. Though my last character was a satyr. Them aging up DCU Hal makes sense. I hope he's still a badass and can kick some ass. Yes, he is. Which Netflix to dumb trailer was my favorite? Like trailer, probably Squid Game. My sister was asked to step out of the cinema due to a fit of giggles after seeing CGI baby in Twilight. How bad was the fit to be kicked out? Goodness. Oh shit. I am so late to seeing this. I'm so sorry. Just after 1 episode, Omni, my mission's over once I get 1 reactor to check it out. Pitch written and coming in through regular chat eventually. Whoops. I ended up reading that first. My bad. I'm so sorry. Thank you, though. Thank you. I don't know how I missed that. The Harry Potter trio actors are still very young, so they'll probably be kept away from social media until they are of age. You never know these days. They probably are already on there for all we know, but I don't know. We'll see. As a challenge for the new Harry Potter actors, for sure. Loves Caleb from the Mighty Nine, then. Roy Mustang from Fullmetal Alchemist, fellow pyromancers. Now, because I was reacting to Vox Machina, I never got more than a session or 2 into campaign 2 and 3. So I don't really know the characters all that well. I think I got to know the ones the most that at the Critical Role live show I went to in Chicago. So, because there was only Grog. Well, Grog was the only Vox Machina character on the main team, if I remember right. But we got updates on where everybody was at and stuff like that and stuff. So that was interesting. But like for the most part, that was my exposure to some of those characters. Caleb's a human wizard. Thank you, Gnome. So yeah, to avoid spoilers, because they were like, oh dude, if you're watching campaign 1, 2, or 3, there's spoilers for Vox Machina in that. And I was like, oh shit. So I bailed. So I don't know too many ins and outs of it. Other than Lois and Clark, which other DC couple do you like? For me, Bruce and Diana. I like, when it comes to Bruce, I do like him and Selena. I also do like him and Diana, though. I do think they are, out of all the super couples, I do like them a lot. But I really like, why am I drawing a blank here? Shit. Black Canary and Green Arrow. I love those two. I don't know. I think they're really cute. I like the way they're in their relationship. I've never been a huge fan of Comic Book Oliver, but I do like them as a couple. Doom at any point is power scaled to be stronger than anyone he's fighting. If he loses, it's a Doombot. That's kind of fair. Haha, Shadow Clone. It wasn't the real me. I would have picked Apocalypse over Doom, though I haven't been able to keep up with the comics. Very surprised to hear your trouble about playing KOTOR. I've never heard of that issue. Never had issues with the game ever. I'm so sorry you've not experienced it yourself. Please consider checking out PC Gaming Wiki for KOTOR. That might help. Yeah, I want to get to a point where I can maybe get a playable version of it. I don't know why. It's a common bug, but it's affected every time I've tried to play the game. So I know it's not just a me thing, but there was never a patch or a fix for it. And every time I've tried, I always encounter it. And it just dampens and halts my ability to progress so fast. Hope we get that Blade game and the Iron Man game. Who knows? We'll see, man. Right now, the gaming industry and getting shit we actually want to play is it's a little rough out there, man. Hope Nancy ends up with a true love at the end of the season 5. Guns. Same. Nancy and a gun is its own reward. You never notice how many times Catwoman switches white to black race in films. I mean, yeah, it's even in the comics they flip-flop all the damn time. So I mean, it's not all that surprising, really. I mean, look back to the old Adam West show too. Naruto, believe it. Who's Thessal Hydra? It's not a who, it's a creature. The only movie set I can remember being kept up is Hobbiton after Hobbit movies. I really want to go check that out someday too, as long as it's still there, man. Castlevania showrunner Adi Shankar is the one who made Devil May Cry anime. That I did know. Fitz is my boy. Do you have a favorite planet or companion in KOTOR 1? Favorite planet? Not really. Maybe Dantooine or Tatooine. Yeah. Companion though. Favorite companion. HK. I love HK. I love HK to death, man. He's so funny. But runner-up would be Karth or Bastila. I am sure then in the credits it had the Doctor with the pirate name underneath it. It didn't. I'd have to rewatch. It didn't. It said introducing Billy Piper. That was it. Because it said Shutigawa as the Doctor, Jodie Whittaker as the Doctor, and introducing Billy Piper. And that's it. I've triple checked. Saw Krypton and couldn't keep my attention. Okay, interesting. I'm currently on a rewatch of Stranger Things with Real Rejects, Tara and Andrew. Same. I just watched their finale earlier this morning while I was uploading one of my finished edits. How'd you feel about the Revan novel, if you've read it? I'm personally mixed on it. Feels weird to have this character making choices your Revan wouldn't make, if that makes sense. I never bumped into that. The problem I had is that book only exists to set up the online game. Oh, our main through line is Revan and his apprentice and all of this stuff. Well, how do we make it about some random no-name character some person online is going to make up? How are we going to take Revan's story, shoot it in the kneecap, and then give it to some random fuckface who you get to play as in the Old Republic? And yeah. So when Scourge is introduced and betrays him, when I wholeheartedly think the three of them could have fucked up the Emperor at that point, it's just like, this only happened to pass the story to somebody else. It pissed me off. And it also retconned what they were talking about in KOTOR 1 and 2 about why Revan went out into the unknown regions and why he came back to start his empire. It undid all of that and then made him a puppet to this other, yeah. All of the shit that I like the novel for what it was. There was a badass moment when he breaks out of that cell and he puts on the mask again for the first time in all these years, and his entire being reintegrates. All of his lost memories come back, and he fucking nukes that Sith Council Lord bitch into ash. That was fucking badass. But yeah, but then just being betrayed by Scourge in the end and Mitra getting killed and then all that, it just pissed me off. I like SWTOR on its own. I hate what it did to Revan's story, what was actually set up in the Old Republic games. Sorry. I'm so annoyed with all of that. Anyway, how are you feeling about the Doctor Who finale? Feels like there's such a small minority out there that have enjoyed it. I mean, I enjoyed it. I'm so confused, but I enjoyed it. I thought it was fun. I'm gonna miss Shooty. There's some really cool stuff in there. I do feel like it was all over the place, but for me, feeling is more important, and I felt like I was having a good time. Godzilla's a goat. Hell yeah. Yeah, sci-fi. That was when we were trying to confirm what Krypton was doing on. The dog would you rather have babysit for you, Crypto, or Ace the Bat Hound? Ace the Bat Hound, probably, because then I wouldn't have to really worry about some superpower shenanigans breaking the house, or the baby even. Would you recommend the Old Republic MMORPG? I've not tried it. I've heard they kind of butchered Revan there. Hey, yes, we're right there on that one. And like the book you were talking about, only exists to set up the Old Republic, because that ending is a tie-in to it. Anyway, the game itself, it's fun. The core game itself, I really enjoyed. The main level 1 to 50 storyline, I really enjoyed. All the post-game stuff is fine. The Shadows of Revan is the only post in-game campaign stuff that I actually really liked. For obvious reason, it was about Revan. But yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It's fun, but again, it still pisses me off. Because we got that instead of KOTOR 3, and then because of that, they fucking, like I said, all the Revan stuff. Have I seen the first episode of Age of Umra yet? No, not yet. Not yet. I've watched Session 0, but I haven't finished Session 0, but I haven't watched it yet. I haven't had time. I'd love to do a KOTOR 3 or a really good TV series adaptation of KOTOR. That is the remake. And also, is that remake ever going to come out? They said they're still working on it. They said it's still coming, but we've got no new updates on it. Really hope Dragon Ball Super comes back with Season 2, continue the Moro arc. We'll see. Ashley Johnson started voice Gwen Tennyson after the classic series and Alien Force. She was voiced by somebody else in the classic. Oh, okay. Then that's why I probably didn't put it together. 7 to 9 story development was my favorite. Plus, she's hot. First thing about Bat Hound could do is maybe make a continuous plan to kill me. Hope we get something for X-Men 97, like a teaser and artwork for San Diego Comic-Con. That would be cool. You never consider the possibility of the Doctor being a stepdad. I know, right? I don't know why. Just goes over my head. It just didn't click with me right now. Am I Omn1? I guess I am. I guess I am. The actress who plays Abby in the show lost her mom a few days before shooting the Joel death scene. Oh yeah, I did hear about that. Oh yeah. Yeah. That's rough. Probably made that even harder to deliver that scene, but easier at the same time too, to hit that emotion. What do you plan for dinner tonight? I'm probably going to pick up some Taco Bell and take it with me to D&D. It's really tough to find shows that handle story and characters in an excellent way. I can agree with that. A She-Hulk and Deadpool interaction would be fun. Agreed. Ellie lost more in the game with Shimmer and Jesse and her sanity through many injuries she got from the WF and scars. That is also very true. Justice League turn evil. You can pick any on Earth villains to fight them once your pick. Constantine. Yeah, I'll go with Constantine. I don't know why. That's just where I wanted to go. Dr. Fate, fuck it. Depends on, I mean, everybody's in the league, but are you meaning like the main 7? Because if we're just meaning the main 7, then Dr. Fate or Constantine maybe. I feel like a Deadpool She-Hulk TV show would be insane. I don't know about TV show, but a movie for sure. I don't know about how well that'd work as a show format. Solaris to the rifle Seth gave Ellie disappeared. I forgot about it too because the show did. Also, Ellie was a handgun. All Ellie had was a handgun. Yeah, dude. Is there any aspect of Star Wars that hasn't been covered? The Dawn. Well, I mean, in some old non-canon comics, they've talked about the Dawn, the origins of the Jedi and all that kind of stuff, but it's still mostly speculations and whatnot. There's a lot of, I don't know, mostly like deep future stuff hasn't been covered. Thoughts on the new Jurassic Park movie? Scarlett saved the day with Owen Grady hand? Maybe. More Owen Grady gun, more like it from what we've seen, but who knows? Like for a new show or movie, they are saying everything is Joel's fault. I think in The Last of Us, the show is appealing much more to viewers who didn't play the game, but those fans aren't dumb. They can remember what happened 2 episodes ago. Agreed. You haven't seen Parasite? I haven't, not yet, no. The Boys is a great example of doing political storytelling right, in my opinion. Agreed. Prefer Parasite. Appreciate you calling Charizard a dragon, as one of my friends is adamant he's not a dragon, despite one of his alt forms being typed as a dragon. Looks like a dragon, acts like a dragon, breathes fire like a dragon, fucker's a dragon. Chaos in the House, which actress played Mystique better, Remy Stamos or Jennifer Lawrence? Jennifer Lawrence had more of a character, but Reb had more, I don't know, it was a little more of the Mystique I knew. I do think the regular Charizard would probably be too OP as a fire dragon type. Similar if Gyarados was water dragon, way too OP. Right, it's the combo of the types I think that make it a little problematic. But fucker's a dragon. Have you thought about getting one of those fenced covered catios so the cats can have an outside playtime? I would if I owned this place, I would definitely consider that. Since I don't, I feel very apprehensive about that. Plus, that would also make it difficult for the cats outside, the neighborhood cats that I take care of to be fed. If I did clear out some of that, I would have to do like part of it, and then that would also be problematic, especially with the raccoons. I don't know. It would be such a chore for a place I don't own. First 7 seasons of Walking Dead are the best in my opinion. Also, I think they chickened out with the Mel kill. She didn't know she was pregnant in the game, and she still kills her when her attacking, and then it's horrible. Yeah, I'm so mixed on how they've done so much of it, man. And Jennifer Lawrence did a good job by having Jean Grey, Cyclops, Storm, and Nightcrawler look up to Mystique. Feels weird. Heard rumors that there could be a Walking Dead Next Generation show about the children all grown up down the road. Let it die, dude. What they should do if they really want something Walking Dead to live on is remake it, animate it, and just do an adaptation of the comic. Walking Dead really got series fatigue by series 8. Agreed. Snowpiercer is so good, tragic, but good nonetheless. Poor Glenn. Would you ever visit Canada? I've been to Vancouver many times, but it's been over a decade since my last time I've been. Imagine an X-Files crossover where Mulder and Scully are in charge of investigating a xenomorph outbreak on Earth. That would be insane. That would be wild. My dream crossover, even though the timelines don't match up, is X-Files and Stranger Things, because they're so tonally consistent with one another. Wayne is amazing, but frustrating because it doesn't continue. So good, but we're done. Okay, interesting. The Walking Dead should have ended with season 4, I feel like. Well, that's even earlier. That's a controversial one right there. Memories was spoiled the Doctor Who after all this talk. I'd imagine so by this point. I think my pitch got ahead of the super chat. It is what it is. Do you miss any live action X-Men members? Just James Marsden, because I just love James Marsden. If you could become an animated character and exist in any anime franchise, which would you choose and why? I don't know, man. If I could exist in as an animated character in an anime franchise, Pokemon. If I could pick Pokemon, I would. One, you don't have to be born with anything special. You could just go be a trainer. Go get a Pokemon, live with Pokemon, have a Pokemon. And your chances of dying in that world is very, very slim. What do you think of the Doomsday date change? Give it the time it needs. I really don't have a strong opinion one way or the other. Just do what you need to do to get everything to come out right. Jean Grey, specifically the first live action actress. 4 hours, you gotta sleep, mate. I ain't going to sleep after this, man. I got D&D at 8:30. So in an hour and 10 minutes, which I need to leave in 40 minutes. So I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to catch up, man. I'm still 30-ish, 40 minutes behind. Worst Witch, looking forward to Del Toro Frankenstein. Looks really good with something different. She was also Lady Mortimer in Game of Thrones. I think all of us knew that bit. Maybe a look at Harry Potter World before Fantastic Beasts. Did you see George R. R. Martin told fans to stop it with the Winds of Winter talk? He gave a snarky comment about wins. Yeah. I get his frustration, but I also feel like he's not taking the fans' frustration seriously. So yeah, I don't know. Like he said, he feels like he's just given up on it. So what do you expect? Can't wait for Boomerang and Spider-Man 4. Tiberius left around when the whole Briarwood arc in Campaign 1 dove deep. Yeah, it was episode 28, I think, was his last session, if I remember right. It was either his last session or the first session without him. But yeah, where am I right now? I can't remember what the last thing that happened was. Just play by yourself, Shodor. I'm going to say with the whole XP thing, I was on another live stream before coming here and I wasn't present. That's fucking weird. I mean, some channels, I mean, when they roll out new features, it's random which ones they pick. So maybe I'm here beta testing this for them and I don't even really know. I wish somebody remake Aragon following the books. I had a friend who was really into that series. I've never read it. I've only seen the first movie, and that movie was terrible. X-Men 97 gave me hope for original continuations over reboots. I want Gargoyles back. Yes! And found a YouTube channel called Gargoyle Nation today. Have a new backlog to run through. You're on Owl House 218, right? That was the last one I watched, I believe, if I remember correctly. Umbrella Academy has nothing to do with Umbrella Corporation. Nope, not at all. Do you think cannabis or prostitution will ever be federally legalized? Prostitution, maybe not. Cannabis, I hope so at some point, because I think it's silly how demonized it is over alcohol. One of the top 5 LGBTQ artists should be the Doctor now. Very true. Very good point. Very good point. Tara and Willow. Caliban called it. Willow definitely had to be on my list. Season 3 will adapt favorite parts of the game. I'm really excited to see what they do with Season 3 for sure. The teaser also confirmed that Season 5 will pick up and jump to fall of 1987. Time jump from Season 4, which took place in the spring of 86. The time jump confirmed an article about Stranger Things last year. Well, thank you, Nick. Thank you. Can't wait till you have time to try Expedition 33, man. Main dev was a DMC no parry run guy. Can't wait to hear your review if you ever do play it. If I ever had the time, man, I would love to see what all the fuss is about. Vi from Arcane, also a good pick. I love how in X-Files both characters sound completely emotionless. Is this upon watching it, or is that your opinion watching it, or is that how I described it that made you feel that way? Because I feel like, especially early on in Season 1, I can definitely feel that as a criticism in some ways, but it definitely goes away, I think, for sure. Because again, they're being like very professional until their chemistry starts to build and stuff like that. Eventually, I feel like a lot of them melts away. But they're also both very, very serious characters too. But they're so quirky once they start to find their footing and whatnot. What's spookier, monsters or serial killers? Oddly enough, the most terrifying antagonist in the X-Files, in my head personally, it's one of the he's just a serial killer, and it's one of the most terrifying episodes, I think. Like there was a hint. The supernatural element to that episode was really just what is evil in essence, and how that permeated around him. Yeah, and it was fucking eerie. In the comics, probably Iceman probably shows either Vi or Ellie Dreamer, and then a show called Love Victor about a gay guy, Victor, who doesn't know how to come out of the closet while he's dating a girl. Those are my 5. Which Walking Dead characters would survive in the world of The Last of Us? Daryl. You can't kill Daryl, apparently. He's just invincible. Daryl, 100%. Do you think Sydney from The Bear will decide to leave? No. I think she's definitely going to stay. I love the comment 15 made about the other guy coming back around all the time. I did too. That was a funny little jab. The final scene with TV Abby was one from the game and shows why she's perfect as Abby. I know the fans were mad that she's not as built as in the game, but she still looks and sounds like Abby. I agree on that front. I agree. Her performance matches all the same, even if she doesn't have the build as the game Abby. Love your Doctor Who reactions. Love your genuine love you have for the show. Well, thank you, Z-Gen. Z-Gen? Z-Angel. I don't know why I said Z-Gen. Thank you. I love the world. I love Doctor Who and all that. Even my criticisms, they come from a place of love, because I like Jodie, but I did not like her era. But yeah. Who was I talking about X-Files wise? I believe he was talking about Mulder and Scully. And Coral! Probably Daryl Carol, Morgan, Glenn, title card, and Maggie Negan. Negan probably as well. Rosita Eugene could survive the last one. A lot of the main cast, I think, could probably hold out for a long time. The risk of infection has way more... The way to get infected, there's so many different varieties of getting infected in The Last of Us that is different from what they are experienced with. So it would take some acclimation. You know, the whole spore thing is a fucking curveball to them, man. So other people think Caitlin Dever would have been great cast as Ellie. Do you think Bella would have been good Abby? No. I could see Caitlin as Ellie. I could not see Bella as Abby. He did ask Russell to bring back the Ronnie. I mean, Castlevania anime might technically be a gateway into all the Castlevania games, but the only one that matters is Symphony of the Night, greatest Metroidvania ever made. The original one. Yeah, I don't know if I'd ever get around to playing them. Maybe at best, maybe watching a playthrough of them. Again, just I get really impatient, bored, and frustrated all at the same time with that style of game. But who knows? Who knows? Oh, the killer I was talking about. Well, how far are you right now, Ginger? I don't want to spoil anything. I don't think you've run into him. Let's see. Like, they're not a real world serial killer. They're just a serial killer on the show, just to set that straight as well. At the moment, doing rewatches of The Bear, Sandman, then Wednesday, getting ready for the new seasons. One at a time, not all at once, by the way. I was going to say, I feel like Ogamega was underused, even though he was the reason the Ronnie stuck May 23rd in infant time loop. Yeah, I kind of feel that too. Had 13 cats, got me a burger, 14 feeding a stray cat every day counts as... Okay, my bad, didn't mean to imply you didn't understand. Torchwood, I was only half listening when you were originally talking about it. I couldn't remember if you said that or how. All good. Newt Scamander from Fantasy Beasts would make a fantastic doctor. That's what I was talking about, Eddie Redmayne. He was one of the ones I had brought up, if I remember right. I once got a I'll watch Doctor Who and hopefully maybe go back for the classics. Cooking idea like that. Tom Hiddleston, hell yeah, he's my doctor wish list. Luke Evans would also be a great doctor, but maybe too buff. Luke Evans would be I don't know, he'd be a very different kind of doctor, I feel like. I don't like Luke Evans, but I don't know. No. Love Benedict Cumberbatch. Watch 2. Loki Doctor, because of the connection between Michael Sheen. I would love to cast him as the Doctor or the Master. Ooh, that'd be interesting. What other gens of Pokemon do you know? Either via the anime or the games? I mean, I really played... Gen 1, Gen 2, Gen 3, quite a bit. Fell off in the middle, and then I came back with... I really came back into Pokemon. I have a game from every era, but I never... Some of them I just never got into and never finished. But I did try to get at least one of the games from every era. But I did fall off for a while and came back for Sun and Moon, which I really enjoyed. And then I played all of them. Well, not all of them. I played all of that, played Ultra Sun and Moon, and then I played Sword and Shield. I haven't got around to playing Scarlet and Violet yet, though. But, I mean, but I think the first 2 gens the most. But I mean, for as old as I am, I'm just way too connected to Gen 1, man. Benedict Cumberbatch would be funny to see because he's the Doctor Strange and was Sherlock. Yep. She's the Doctor Master. Anyone else getting the feeling that Thor is going to die in Doomsday after his message to the fans? I don't like it. Yeah, that was weird. Maybe he was just feeling sentimental that day. Maybe that's all it was. You'll see me as Willard. The only thing I said I was want to see Connor Gill as the Doctor because I want a season in which some mystery for Matt Smith's season where the reason why the Doctor has Amy's face. I don't remember that. Guys, obviously Jack Black would be the perfect Chef's Kiss Doctor Who. Come on now. For Matt Smith's season, I meant. I don't know why I'm drawing a blank on what you're referring to. Michael Sheen would make a fan doctor. Nice shout, Darkly. Which country would you like to visit? Japan and Ireland would be my top 2, I think, right now. Fun doctor. Thessalhaja is a singular, unique creature. They're a who? I don't know what the mystery would be for Karen with the first season with the Doctor. It probably has something to do with Rory. Do miss Matt as the Doctor? Same. I would love for him to come back and do a little guest thing again. If we're going to keep bringing people back, bring him back. For Species, you're right. Somehow he became a villain. Thinking a pitch is funny. The super chat became in after the pitch. Doom was an insane magic user, never mentioned in the movies or TV, but he would end Apocalypse real quick if he wanted to. See, that's what I would have thought. Favorite planet in Fallen Order is Kashyyyk. I don't remember enough of the planets in Fallen Order to... I can tell you for certain it is not Dathomir. Fuck that planet. I hated being there. Love Pepperoni Pizza 2. Introducing Billie Piper as the nurse. Look at you. You got the jokes. We have a multiverse battle between James Bond's and Doctor Who's. With Daniel, I think I just want to see if Harry Potter is the Doctor, and that would probably be the only reason I would want him in the show. I think he'd do great. Daniel Radcliffe's a fantastic actor. Why not? He wouldn't be a first pick for mine, but I wouldn't be against it if he was announced ever. Forgotten Realms, Dark Elf Drizzt Do'Urden. Drizzt Do'Urden is the closest thing I've seen to an Alucard novelized. Almost the same character minus the biting. Iconic D&D character right there, man. Yellow, what's up, Rebecca? Should Revan have his own movie or TV show? Yes. Revan should have his own everything, if you ask me. I just need to know what part of his story is canon. We know he exists. What? To what extent? The other Revan show, it 100% needs to be done right. I might quit Star Wars if they mess up my boy Revan. Oh, same. I would be so upset. Probably they treat a story with respect. Same. And let's see. Will you watch Knights of the Seven Kingdoms next year? More than likely. What if the TARDIS gave the Doctor his new face? She's a mischievous old girl. I mean, that's what I'm kind of thinking, but the thing is, they're not calling her the Doctor, which is weird. So I'm wondering if this is like a half regeneration, half the TARDIS has merged with him temporarily. I don't know. I just came up with that just now. Here's a quick hot take. I think Shane Black's Predator movie is 10 times worse than Alien Resurrection. Yeah, I'll second that as well. My introduction to your channel was House of the Dragon Season 2, Episode 2. Awesome. Interesting that you know the exact episode. That's cool. It's probably why I like SWTOR so much, because I only played the main core storylines, not the expansions. Yeah, they're fine, but they're not great. It's just unfortunate that, I mean, the main Jedi Guardian storyline is why Revan got like shanked in that fucking book, because that's the character Scourge has a vision of, which prompts Scourge to betray Revan and get him trapped for 300 years. And then that same Guardian gets Scourge as a companion. And I'm like, I wish I could just stab you. Been fantastic. Reed, say that again. You'll have to wait because it doesn't come out until Saturday as a repeatable watchable video. Crypto breaking the house, or baby even? Did I miss something? Somebody's talking about which dog would you rather have house sit for you or babysit your child or something like that. It was Ace the Bat Hound or Crypto. And I went with Ace. Maybe it's just not out for non-beaconers. The first session's already out for everybody, I thought. But I have Beacon, but I just haven't looked. Star Wars novel have a deadly alien race called the Yuuzhan Vong. Won't spoil it, but holy moly, they don't slack. I know all about the Yuuzhan Vong, but that's also Legends canon too, when you got to look at that. But yeah, Yuuzhan Vong versus Grandmaster Luke. It's some crazy shit that goes down over there, man. I do think as much as there's some cool shit though in Legends canon, there's also a lot of cringe, and I'm fine that a lot of it got cast out, but I do miss most of what was written or at least imagined for Luke and his storyline, like Mara Jade, the twins, and everything with them, man. There's some good shit that got thrown out. But to be fair, again, Lucas didn't consider it canon either. So even if he were to do his own thing, most of that shit probably wasn't going to happen either way. So, what do you think Star Wars Visions Season 3 will focus on? The first season was Jedi, second was Sith. That's a good point. I don't know. I haven't even considered that. I'm not sure. I'm gonna have to leave in the middle of my Christmas dinner to watch Stranger Things Season 5. Yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I really hope I can get screeners so that I can manage my time during the holidays so much better. I'm gonna be swamped. What do you think Charizard would evolve into if he was a Digimon instead? Obviously give him a knight form. Honestly, that's where I was going to go. Like a dragon turning into a knight dragon would be sick. Like full-on medieval armor, his horns, wings still cloaked behind him, almost as if they are his cloak, and then a fiery sword. I'd be down for that. I'm still in for all The Walking Dead. I'm just late to catch up on every single spin-off episode, more than 70% done across the board. Long live The Walking Dead. Hey man, all power to you for sticking it out. I finished the mainline series. That's all I could commit to. And then I watched The Ones Who Live because obviously I needed to know what happened to those two. That's it. And then I have not watched anything else at this point. One of the biggest sins of Star Wars sequels is ruining Luke. Luke and Legends, especially Grandmaster Luke, is an absolute badass. I just feel like they took away too and just unlearned all of his lessons. And I think that's what hurt the most for me. And then just the way he died. Sure, it's this massive feat of the Force, but I don't know. I have so many problems with the sequel trilogy, and most of which is around. I just don't like Luke. What they did there. Do you mean Megas? Like Mega Charizard? Something like that. Might have been clickbait, but I heard Winds of Winter is not coming out. I mean, George R. R. Martin said in an interview here recently that it's very likely he's just not going to finish it. And that he doesn't even want to write it anymore. So who knows? That was from his mouth, so unfortunately wasn't clickbait, so who knows what's going to happen. But he did say that he might have somebody else finish it for him. Because A Dream of Spring definitely isn't going to be coming out in that case. So as Vax, who are your top 3 Vox Machina player characters? Vex and Percy. Vex and Percy, probably. Just because of their storylines and all of that. Like, I love Glorog. He's entertaining as all hell. I love Scanlan and Pike for what they bring to the table as well. And I do like Keyleth quite a bit, but like the twins and Percy, I think are probably my faves. My top 3. Did you see Final Destination Bloodlines? If I don't have a video for it, I haven't seen it. And I haven't seen any of the Final Destinations after the first movie. I brought this up, I feel like every time for the last 3 streams. It feels like I don't have any desire to watch the Final Destination movies. I heard the new one's good. It's Tony Todd's final film. That's been the only thing that really kind of made me kind of go like, maybe I'll figure this out. But it's just like, I would have to watch all of the other ones in order to go see that. Not that it's a requirement, but my brain would have to do that. So I don't know. I feel like this chat will be partially skipped further down the line. Well, there you go. Haha, joke's on you. X or Y? Personally, I liked X more due to the resistances, but Y is also good for Sun teams. Honestly, which one was which? Y, I always forget which is which. Of course, I put that in. Here we go. Maybe this will help. Okay, here we go. I think X just looks cooler, but Y made more sense to me. So I usually went with Y in most fights, but I think X looks cooler. Last of Us show cut out the next stage of infected shamblers. We might get them in one of the upcoming parts because I think they've talked about it, but yeah, that's another type we haven't seen yet. As I mentioned earlier, the Doctor having a granddaughter doesn't mean he's the biological dad. He's the dad. Blood doesn't equal family, but I don't know if they mentioned he's a biological dad. They always kind of implied that he was, but you're right. It's never been explicitly stated that by blood he's been a father. So I don't know, man. Who knows? So many questions around all of that. Gargoyles. You think we'll get Shamblers next season or Stalkers like they showed up in this season? I think so. I think if I remember right, I think they've talked about it. It's my most favorite one, and I still feel bad for the ending, but I won't spoil it. I kind of feel bad. The movie was good. I'm wondering what 7 will be about. Who knows? I do think the whole Walking Dead shouldn't have killed Spoiler, and also Spoiler. Both were great characters, truly meant to carry on the show. Yeah, the moment Spoiler died, I was like, what are we even doing here anymore? Especially when you learned the behind the scenes reason they chose to kill Spoiler, which pissed me off. Like, it's just stupid. It's just a petty, stupid reason. Anyway, I kind of agree, but as a Walking Dead fan, I'll eventually watch anything they make. Let's see. What's up, Jamie? How are you doing today? I'm doing good. I need to see another Milchek dancing scene in season 3 of Severance. I don't know if he's going to be doing too much dancing after everything that's gone down, but yes, I do want more dancing Milchek always. I love it. Find a way to jam that in there. Let's see. The episode after next in Owl House involves single best part of the show, in my opinion. Well, that's hype-inducing. I'm excited. Hate to Fear the Walking Dead, but Dead City and Daryl Dixon shows pull me back in. A sequel show set way after the main events would be interesting to me. So if you're a criminal in Gotham, all you gotta do is crime in the morning. What? When Batman goes to bed? I don't think it's that simple, man. Because Batman never sleeps. I watched it and they gave a little off I watched it and they gave off little emotion, though I may have caught early stuff. There's the thing, though. They are very professional, very driven, maybe even, I definitely think Mulder's on the spectrum. But like I think part of it is their characterization as well, but they do very much so loosen up after a point. It also depends on what they're doing and the things they've seen and stuff like that. So like, yeah, you probably caught like an off moment. Let's see. I did find out that the Final Destination 1 was supposed to be an X-Files episode. They changed their minds and made it into a movie, and the rest is history. It wasn't that they changed their minds. It got rejected from being used. But yes, it was an X-Files episode that got rejected, and somebody bought the script and turned it into a movie. If I remember right, it was, I can't remember. I think it was one of James Wong's scripts, but I can't fully remember. I feel like Negan was badly written. I would have left earlier because Glenn was my favorite. Coral! It's time for a speed run, considering going back to 15's era, season 1, and rewatch it in 2023 specials. Not bad. Jodie brought her A game. The scripts did not. I think for her. Oh, you're talking about her series. Yes. No, the killer you were talking about. No, I haven't. Well, I don't want to. You never answered my question. Like, how far are you? I don't want to like spoil anything if you're not there yet. I mean, not that it's a huge reveal. I mean, it's pretty much just like they don't hide who it is, I guess. So it's not even like, I mean, I guess there's really no point in being coy about it. Donnie Faster is the one I'm talking about from Irresistible. I think the only episode of X-Files I really recall at this point involved a genie. I remember that one. Iconic little episode. That's one of the more playful episodes, I think. But yeah. Yeah. Fun stuff in that one, man. Makes sense why Marvel, DC, TV stars, shows, and Star Wars can definitely want to Star Wars doesn't have to do it as a bunch of awards. It makes the show to talk about. Which Digimon shows have you seen? Obviously, Omn1, 2. You mentioned Edgelord, Black War, Greymon, which feels a little bit like Mewtwo. Similar stories, I think. Kind of, yeah, actually, I didn't even think about that. Pretty similar. I've seen Omn1, 2. I've seen all of Tri. I've tried to watch the Adventure remake, but I was like, what is even happening here? I can't remember where I left off on that. I've seen 03, and I've seen some of 04. So Frontiers and Tamers. And that's kind of where I stopped. But I've seen all of Tri. I've seen all of the Adventure follow-up movies and all of that. Adventure is my jam. So anytime there's new Adventure stuff, I'll be there for it. The other timelines, I'm kind of wishy-washy on. Because to me, it was like, that's the one I grew up with. That's the main continuity in my brain. Everything else is just an Elseworld spin-off. Which is why I think so many people that really like those shows get so upset, because every time there's new stuff or an anniversary, they always revisit Adventure, and to a lot of people's frustrations. But I for me, it's just more shit for me to consume. Taron Egerton is the Doctor. Why not? Ryan Gosling. In The Last of Us, they can't get infected by... in The Last of Us, they can't get infected by getting bit or shot. No, they can get infected by being bit. People do. Wait, what are you talking about? You can get infected by being bit. You can get infected by spores. I mean, I guess that's the main two sources of infection. You can get infected by a scratch. Yeah, any wound delivered by an infected can get you infected, just like with Walking Dead. You just also have the fact that it's also airborne. So that's an extra layer. Taron Egerton. There we go. There you go. I was like, I didn't remember if that was right or not, so I just moved on. Not gonna lie, I always thought that Tom Felton and Nicholas Houston would be interesting Doctor Who's. What the hell is like Nicholas Houston? You don't mean Nicholas Hoult, right? Who the hell is Houston? Only one IMDb account comes out for that. And I do not know this guy. That was a typo? Okay, so I guess you meant Holt. I'm assuming you meant Holt. Snoop Dogg as the Doctor. Will Bella somehow be in season 3, or will it be just Abby? I just think she'll be interspersed. Well, she'll be in it as much maybe as Abby was this season, is my guess. Doctors Who's? Who's Doctor Who's? What's the plural? Saying I don't remember the Doctor having Amy's face in anything. Yeah, I'm confused. I'm quitting chat now because I know you have to go soon. Yeah, we're closely run out of time, but I'm also kind of catching up. Not really. Who's Dr. Thor is going to be like? And if you were, no, not Thor. Thor dying makes sense. I heard Chris Evans just wanted to step away from the role already. That was meant to be Nicholas Hoult, by the way. Wasn't it supposed to be a crossover between Doctor Who and Harry Potter? No, not that I've ever heard of. Take It Easy, Sean. Olivia Colman is the Doctor. That'd be sick. Either that or the moment came through the time stream and possessed the Doctor's body. That's also something possibly quite likely. The John Hurt's War Doctor, where he chose to be that way. That's also possible. For right now, I'm not the doctor, so don't consider me one of them or whatever. The stream is out while I was live, and then it goes off for a week or something. Regarding the multi-YouTube comments, I imagine that if it meant something, it's not spam. Only unique comments that turn into generally get upvoted and replied to. It makes sense. When you say baby, I just thought, your baby? What's up, Connie? I'm decorating the house Stranger Things themed. Well, that's awesome. Hell yeah. What's your reaction to Doctor Who? Who knows what's coming up? I caught completely off guard. Didn't realize Ncuti was leaving, only 2 seasons into the role. Yeah, it definitely was a shock to me that we dropped out this early. But like I had mentioned previously too, it also hadn't been greenlit yet for another season, which I guess was always the plan, but it is weird. Which Star Wars franchise is better, the original, prequel, or sequel trilogy? I think as a whole, the original, but my favorite though is the prequel trilogy. But I don't think it's the best, but I like it the most. But yeah. Part 1 Stranger Things is releasing on Thanksgiving. However, as a Canadian, it's just a random Wednesday for me. Yeah, well, fuck you. My holiday has been hijacked by Stranger Things. What's up, Busy? Didn't see you in here, just as we're wrapping up. Hoping to, at least. How you doing, man? The same with Doctor Who, went through season 1, 2005 up to the present day. Had no recollection of 2018 X-Files season 11. Maybe went under my radar. Did you like that season? No. I didn't really. I liked some of the one-off episodes, one of the Monster of the Week episodes. I liked some of those. As far as what they did to the main storyline, I don't like what they did to the primary storyline in seasons 10 and 11. So, yeah, I don't know. I haven't rewatched them since I watched it either. Unlike seasons 1 through 9, the original core season, I've seen 11 times plus. If that tells you anything. 20 years of time and space shenanigan goodness. Can I have a refund for George R. R. Martin? Those hardbacks were pricey. Right? Susan only became the Doctor's granddaughter when the writer didn't feel comfortable having a young girl traveling with an old man. But well, I guess it doesn't matter with their family. That doesn't always matter, but I guess that's weird that was the reason behind that, I guess. But that's not the case now. If you don't want to watch the whole Final Destination movies, just watch John and Aaron Andrews' reactions. It's a lot of fun. I'd want to watch them for myself, I think, if I did want to commit to the whole thing, but we'll see. What's up, Cosmo Network? It was a pleasure meeting you at Level Up. Well, likewise. We'll be back next year as well. That's my favorite thing about going to conventions and stuff now. It's also one of the main reasons I don't dress up or cosplay. I have the temptation and the desire to, but I'm like, well, then it's gonna be way too hard for people to come up and say, hey, if I am there and stuff like that, you know? But yeah, it was nice meeting you, man. Hell yeah. I was one of the menu for dinner tonight. Like I mentioned earlier, probably Taco Bell, because I'm just gonna be picking up some food and heading to D&D. Who's your favorite character from the Harry Potter franchise? Sirius Black. Good night, Omni. Heading out. You gotta sleep, Michael. Take a breather, and we'll still be here. Thank you, thank you. Take care. Get some rest yourself. Not that I want this, but how weird would it be to have a Doctor Who become a Power Ranger and the TARDIS a Megazord? That would be fucking wild. I would at least give that a shot. I know who you're talking about now. That's who I thought you were talking about. There's no spoilers avoiding for me. I've already seen X-Files, my dear. It's just been a while. Fair enough. I couldn't remember how far you got or if you had finished it, but I knew you'd seen some of it. But yeah, good old Donnie fucking Faster, man. Are you familiar with Yu-Gi-Oh! The Abridged series by Little Kribo? I've seen quite a bit of it, but I don't know if I ever finished it. If a little dated, if you're not familiar and never finished it, I'd love for you to react to it. I probably won't react to it, but I've seen quite a bit of it back in the day. I don't know, when I made that Last of Us comment, I was hungry and wasn't thinking. All good. Food make brain go work. Seeing Ncuti get furious was a new side. Kind of wish we got to see more of that. Agreed. I did like when he flared up into some emotions we haven't seen him dive into all that much too. Though in this last episode, I did get real frustrated with how pompous he was being towards Ruby during all of this. Send your hardest tongue twisters to Omni while he's speedrunning. No. I'd love to see you do a Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel. Wish there was a classic only mode for TCG and video games. It was insane with all the different types of monsters and summoning. It's hard to keep track of it all. I tried to get a new pack not too long ago, and I looked at the rulebook and I looked at some of these monsters like, what the fuck are half of these? I still don't know what a fucking spirit card is, and I can't even find a good explanation on what it is. The fucking book doesn't tell you. What is it? What is your spirit monster? Like, there's too much, man. Just, God. Anyway, here's where I drop off the chat. Take care, Omni. Take it easy, Allspark. Thanks for hanging in through the end. Also feel like bad luck charm. My first stream here last week was, again, you're running late. Like 4 hours. Yeah, 2 4-hour streams back to back, man. I'll be watching Doctor Who Unleashed for Reality War and see what's up. Yeah, I'll need to do that too. Search up the X-Files, and man, the 1990s directors were on some juice, because pulling 20 episode seasons yearly up to season 10, which was 10 years after season 9. Damn. Yeah, dude, I mean, that's just how things were done back in the day. Most shows were 20-something episodes a season, and it was yearly. That's just, I mean, I don't know, like, that's just how it be back in the day. I have no idea how they pulled it off, though. But I love it to death, man. You know, even if you don't like an X-Files episode, I guarantee there is another one you will like. There's that much variety in the X-Files, man. Especially once you get deep into it. Like, it can feel maybe a little samey at times. There's a lot of things that are kind of adjacent to one another, but I can guarantee there's at least an episode that I think somebody will vibe with, even if you don't vibe with the whole of it. Then you got the movies. Heard the fan doesn't like the Fantastic Four ending, which is why they're doing a test screening. They're going to be filming the ending again to make it better before they release it on July. I haven't heard any of that, but I would be, that feels maybe like some, I don't know. I wouldn't buy into that. That feels like some grift stuff to me, but who knows? Squid Game is coming very soon. Excited to see what happens. Agreed. Can you give me motivation to do my work? Go! You got this! Take out that homework. Make her get to play Amy Pond in Matt Smith seasons. If they wanted to bring her back as the Doctor for some reason, Rory Williams will come back as a villain because it makes sense with Matt Smith. That would be interesting. That'd be kind of cool. She's alive! I wonder who else voiced that every day did that 3 years and had to wait. From the comment from a video that we were talking about, Shuji stories and episodes were worse than the Chibnall area. That's ridiculous. I don't know anybody believes that without having some personal deep-rooted agenda in their brain to drive that home. I don't know. Whatever. I've seen clips of Legend of Evantris, Omni. It's a funny D&D comedy. I don't think so, but it sounds vaguely familiar. So I was waiting for you to react to Doctor Who episode Reality War, and I loved it. I'm joining you on the confusion of everything in that finale. Welcome to the confusion, man. The reason why the Doctor had Amy's face in Rory is somehow back for some reason. I put down Magic the Gathering more than a year ago for the Walking Dead cards. Made me say, what the hell is happening and why are they doing this? Before ignoring MTG for foreseeable future. Because now MTG, I've never played Magic. The only Magic card I had was a Mountain card. And it was given to me by a buddy who liked Magic, and he's like, hey, everybody needs to have at least a Magic card, and he gave me a Mountain Land card. But now you have Fallout Magic the Gathering decks, you have Final Fantasy VII Magic the Gathering decks. What is going on? Why is Magic the Gathering becoming Fortnite of the card world? We love you, Omni. I love you too. Will was going crazy in the new trailer or something. Jeez, or something was happening. And he was like, they should cast an American actor for the Doctor since the new Pope is from Chicago. That would be funny. That would be funny. I do think it would be blasphemy to cast an American as the Doctor, but why not? Fuck it at this point. As a trans person, fanfic helped me come out. It's a Polish film, but has an English dub, which is now how I watched it. Would you mind reacting to it for pride? I'd have to look into it. I can't make any promises for just diving into anything at the moment on the channel like that. I mean, we do have Heartstopper going on. I know it's like one thing, but right now I can't make any what's the word I'm looking for? What's the word I'm looking for? Obligations? That's close enough to what to check something out. If I can, I will, but I can't make any promises. I'm sorry. Sorry I didn't talk much while I was here. I was having a lot of fun lurking and listening. Hope you have a great night. You as well. Got to do my homework now. Thanks for that. See you around. Bye. Take it easy. Bye, Omni. Sorry for I wasn't in your live stream chat. Was in the middle of a meeting with my job. It was great hanging out with you and seeing you next week. Have a good weekend. Reminder, everybody, I'm out of town next weekend, so there will not be commitments. Thank you. Commitments. That's the word I was looking for. Making commitments. I'm out of town next week, so there won't be a live stream next weekend. So just so everybody who's here at the moment knows. I have Doctor Who Magic the Gathering deck. What? I did not know that one existed. American Thanksgiving falls on Black Friday for Canadians. I did remember that. If I did not, well, I now remember that. Whatever. Anyway, it's halfway through the year, and I always sorted my top 10 shows of the year of the honorable mentions. I feel like I haven't watched enough current shit at all to be even do top 10s. Definitely not movies, considering I think I've only seen 2 2025 films so far, which is insane for me. It's insane that I've already watched 30 movies this year. Quite the opposite of me. Superficial? No. Okay. Legend of Evantress, Chuckles the Clown, Commitments. We might have a Matt Smith Doctor cameo for her first season. We had to bring back for some reason. That'd be interesting. That's okay. I love your reactions to Heartstopper, which is why I thought you might like it. Hey, if something opens up, I will try to keep it in mind for sure, because I would like to do something more in line with certain themes and whatnot. I know we haven't really lucked out in that way over the past couple of years for certain things like Black History Month or Pride Month and stuff like that. I would like to do something like that, but like right now, I'm so limited with my time and what I can and can't do right now. So who knows? Hopefully, with my plans of reworking the Patreon, I might get a little more freedom in the future. The economy has hit me hard, especially with paying for editing and everything too. So we will see. We made it, guys. We made it to the end. So I was wondering, do you attend New York Comic Con? I've never been. I want to. I will definitely not be able to go this year, but I would like to try to go next year. But I've never been, but I do want to make it a goal to do so. Have a great evening, Omni. You guys as well. Pride indeed. Take care, brother. I'll tag you in my next Cosmo Show episode. Love, peace, chicken and grease. Fuck yeah. Also, oh shit, Omni, you got to go now. I do. Oh shit, it is 8:02. Guys, enjoy yourselves. Have a good week and weekend, and I will see y'all in 2 weeks. Take care, everybody.